Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the council regular council meeting for August 27th, 2024. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. So with that, we will call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. And before we adopt the agenda, we need a motion for council to remove item 8.6.2. As Labour Minister Steve McKinnon has announced on Thursday afternoon that he's directed the Canadian Industrial Relations Board to settle the collective bargaining agreements between the railways and the unions through binding arbitration. So we had been requested by RMA to submit a letter, and so that item will now be removed because that is now in binding arbitration. So
you need a motion to amend the agenda?
So a motion to amend the agenda, please. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, all those in favor? That's carried.
And then I would make the motion as you have presented.
Okay, motion to remove item 8.6.2. I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Then I would need a motion to adopt the amended agenda. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Looking at item 3.1, the regular meeting minutes of July 23rd. Any errors or omissions? If not, looking for a motion to adopt. Thank you, Councillor Graham. All those in favor? And that is carried. No delegations or presentations, but we are going to move right along to the public hearings, and we have a 9 a.m. public hearing. I'll call that public hearing to order at 9:02. I'll now outline the process of the public hearing. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Any presenter when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. I'll ask the development officer first to explain the background of the application, and then the applicant will be invited to outline reasons for the application. And at any time, the council members have the opportunity to ask questions. The submissions received from the agencies will then be read out, and anyone present who is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and respond to any issues previously raised. Before I turn over to staff for that background report, let's take a moment to do introductions. If I could please ask to start on my right.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3.
Good morning, good to see you again. Jenny Melhoff, the Councillor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7, Councillor in Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, gentlemen. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Rhonda Sirhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Lane Moore, applicant.
Bob Hagsma, High Country Surveys, representing Mr. Moore as well.
Thank you very much. So with that, let's start off with Senior Planner Dustin Bisson to outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. So Lane Moore currently holds title to Plan 072-4272, Block 2, Lot 1, part of the Northeast 9, 37.5 west of the 5th, containing 93.90 acres of land. The subject land is mainly designated Agriculture District A. The subject property is located approximately 5.5 miles northeast of the village of Caroline. The landowner has made application to redesignate 5.5 acres located in the east central portion of the quarter section from Agriculture District A to Country Residence Agriculture District CRA. The remaining 88.40 acres of the quarter section would remain under the agriculture district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with the subdivision application process to create separate title to the 5.5 acre CRA parcel. Since the public hearing and subsequent defeat of Bylaw 1163-23, the landowner has provided Clearwater County with new and additional information regarding the property. Clearwater County staff believe that the new and additional information warrant the application to be reheard by council and to allow the applicant an opportunity to speak to the proposal. The new information is as follows. 2 newspaper articles from 1985 covering a dispute between the landowner, Mr. Moore, and Alberta Environment. And those articles are attached to the council package. The articles essentially explain how the province originally registered a caveat on Mr. Moore's property to allow a fence to remain on the property to protect the river. The outcome of the dispute is not made clear. However, Mr. Moore is able to speak to the land swap between him and the province. The province registered an entirely new parcel off of his property with no subdivisional approval being issued by the municipal district or Red Deer Regional Planning Commission. An email that was received by Stephen Shenfield dated May 23rd, 2024, stating how he believes the parcel was created and what the province's intent is with the land. That's also available in your package. Stephen's email states that these types of parcels adjacent to creeks such as the Raven River were done for conservation in an effort to protect the associated fisheries. There are no plans to develop this parcel or dispose of it by the province. As the restrictive covenant expires at the end of 2027, we likely would replace this with a Crown land reservation to denote the conservation purpose and restrict those types of activities that are not compatible with the intent of the original removal. Stephen is here with us today if council has questions for him later. Development permit 177-23 was issued for the construction of a residential shop on the proposed CRA parcel. That was in the process of being redesignated on October 20th, 2023. Mr. Moore has since started construction on the proposed shop and has extended power services to the site, as well as put in a septic holding tank. It is Mr. Moore's intent to construct a residence within the shop for him to reside in once the rest of the quarter section is sold. The proposed partially developed 5.5 acre CRA parcel is described as flat, heavily treed land. Access to the proposed CRA parcel and the remainder of the quarter can be obtained from an existing shared access off of Range Road 5-3 adjacent to the east property boundary. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow him to subdivide off a new yard site so that he can continue to develop the residential parcel and retire from farming. Once developed, the landowner will then sell the existing developed yard site and farm infrastructure within the remainder of the quarter. The landowner anticipates that the remainder of the quarter section will be more appealing to potential purchasers with the developed yard site. The parcel located in the southern portion of the quarter section is owned by the Crown as represented by Alberta Environment. The parcel of land was originally subdivided by the province without approval from Clearwater County as part of a land swap to protect the Raven River. Other surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels and 1 recreational parcel surrounding the property. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the landowner is present to speak to the proposal. Planning direction, I've given you guys a list of policy to consider. I know you guys are fairly familiar with that, so I'm not going to go through each section. The main focus I would suggest would be policy 10.2.1 and 10.2.2. However, I would also indicate MDP Policy 11.2.17, which deals with water and wastewater services. Clearwater County shall require the development to meet provincial standards and regulations respecting the the provisions of water and wastewater services. Mr. Moore has had a septic holding tank installed on the proposed property, and that has been approved by the building code standards. There's also a list of provisions for municipal reserves, and I've also included some policies from the county's land use bylaw. Policy considerations, the redesignation of the proposed land is to allow the subdivision of a partially developed yard site so that the landowner can sell the developed yard site, the existing developed yard site and farm infrastructure with the remainder of the quarter section. Access to the property is from a joint access off Range Road 5-3 adjacent to the east property boundary. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the fourth title out of a quarter section. The parcel of land was originally subdivided by the province without the approval of Clearwater County as part of a land swap to protect the Raven River. Staff believe that this parcel should be considered as an environmental reserve parcel. We also believe that the proposed parcel should be considered as the third title out of a quarter section, which would align with the MDP Policy 10.2.2, as no subdivision approval was ever issued by Clearwater County to create the parcel protecting the river in the first place. The landowner has applied to redesignate a slightly larger parcel to encompass a panhandle access, which encompasses approximately half an acre of land, which aligns with Policy 10.2.6. MDP Policy 14.2.5 and 14.26 permits the county to request certain studies, such as environmental reserve assessment report, to address the sensitivities of the subject property and adjacent lands. Recommendation: at the regular council meeting held on May 28, 2024, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1198-24. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing today, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings to Bylaw 1198-24. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Does council have any questions at this time for the development officer? Deputy Reeve Melloff.
Thank you, Reeve. Do we have any idea how many of these types of parcels exist in the county or others of this nature? For example, I believe before ducks changed the way that they now do their conservation efforts, I believe they did things that are very similar. Do we have any idea how many of these exist?
So I did reach out to our assessment department and our GIS department on this. I didn't get an exact number on environmental reserve parcels that have been created. However, there are a number of oil lease sites that have been subdivided off. I believe the number would be in the range of about 15 to 20 that exist that would technically be the oil lease site, which was subdivided, would be considered a separate title on those quarters as well. So there's about 15 to 20 of those. Environmental parcels, I don't have an exact number, but I'm sure there's more than just this one.
Supplementary?
Yes.
Sorry, with you adding in the oil lease, I have another question with regarding that then. So now they do them as easements or caveats, they don't do them as separate titles. So what happens with those 15 or so if they are reclaimed and are no longer needed for the oil company? You get a 5-acre industrial parcel? Like, what are they even zoned?
I believe those parcels are still zoned agricultural. Once the lease is no longer required, I believe it's the oil company's purview to sell back to the landowner.
That's a whole other can. Sorry,
Absolutely.
rather than squirreling off, I'll ask those questions later. Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Do we know when this environmental parcel was taken? It sounds like something very early in developing processes for this.
The applicant
Thank you.
has just indicated 1985.
Seeing no further questions, I will now invite the development officer to present any comments received from, oh, sorry, Mr. Cermak, Councillor Cermak, I apologize.
Sorry, I missed the button. I pressed it a couple times, didn't go on. I do have a question for you. The province took this title for this land. We, as a county, are obliged to do what the province says. We are governed by the province. They can do what they wish with our land here, and we don't have a whole lot of repercussions to them, as far as I believe. Now, Mr. Rick Evans could maybe elaborate on the power that the province has over our land when it comes to what they want to do with it.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Thank you for the question, Councillor Cermak. So absolutely, we operate as a corporation under the province, created by the province. So they create the rules that we have to abide by. 1985, coincidentally, is the year that the MD, the Municipal District of Clearwater, was incorporated. At that time, Clearwater did not have a planning department, but operated under the Red Deer Regional. So we never would have entertained this application. In 1985, it would have went to Red Deer Regional Planning anyway, if they were required to get an application, which they weren't.
So the province can do whatever they wish, and there's no repercussions that we can do.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore?
No doubt about what Mr. Cermak is saying. The thing is that, yes, the government's gonna take whatever they need, but they're not gonna tell you after, oh, by the way, Mr. Landowner, you just lost one of your legal entitlements to a parcel out of your property. That is just totally unjustified, and I don't think it's probably even legally possible for a government to do that. Yes, they're certainly gonna take it, but they can't take part of your livelihood with it. It just makes no sense whatsoever. Thank you.
All right. See, Councillor Lougheed, thank you.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Would I be correct to assume the parcel on the adjacent quarter, the southeast of 9, I believe it is treated in a similar fashion to the conservation property on the other?
Yes, it would, Councillor Lougheed. It would be an environmental parcel as well to protect the Raven River.
And would it be correct to assume that this was an approach the province took at that period of time? Because I don't see it extending elsewhere along the river.
That is correct. Perhaps I could turn this over to Mr. Heggsma. I know he's familiar with how these parcels were surveyed.
Mr. Heggsma?
Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. This practice is still going on today. I have subdivided quite a number of these over the years, the last one being maybe a couple of years ago, just downstream from this one, right where the bridge crosses on the Stauffer Road. And every one of these was done as a subdivision, not an environmental reserve. So the province gets title to it. And they don't have to go through any planning processes for this nor any other land that they want to take.
Okay, thank you.
See no further lights. I'll now ask the development officer if he could present any comments received from referral agencies, please.
Give me just 1 second here. All right, so TELUS Communications had no concern with the proposal. Blue Mountain Power Co-op indicated that they will require a utility right-of-way for the existing, for the balance of the quarter section, as the services that are there currently just simply service the proposed parcel. Rocky Gas Co-op had no concerns or objections. They indicated that they would like a note added that they're the natural gas service provider in the area. Clearwater Regional Fire had no issues as long as the access and egress are maintained for emergency services, and if the residence is to be built, proper signage is required for first responders to see. Clearwater County Assessment Department indicated that the assessment would change from agricultural land to residential. Public Works Operations indicated that the proposed approach would need to be widened to a standard joint approach. Public Works Infrastructure has reviewed the proposed application and offered no objection. They did indicate that road widening is required on the north and east boundaries of the quarter section. However, that has already has been previously taken through the subdivision process. Alberta Health Services, the aforementioned application has been received by our office, and we are satisfied that the application poses minimal risk to public health. This review included the referred application circulation package, as well as the Land Use Bylaw 71401. It is our understanding that the application is to amend the Land Use Bylaw for a partially developed 5.5 acre parcel to CRA Land Use District, and to proceed with subdivision of the said parcel as the considered third title out. The subject parcel is located approximately 50 meters from the Raven River at its closest point, and that a portion of the quarter section is owned by the province of Alberta for the protection of the Raven River. Concerns associated with the subject parcel being within proximity of the Raven River are not adequately addressed within the current circulation package. Section 4 of the MDP mentions guidelines under which the county should not allow development on hazard lands, which includes areas susceptible to erosion, subsidence, or slumping, and or prone to flooding. This is important for creating developments which are not only suitable in the best of circumstances, but resilient in the design and better able to adapt to the unpredictable weather related to issues associated with climate change, such as the increasing frequency and intensity of extreme weather. Therefore, the 1 to 100 year floodplain and any areas that may present concerns for erosion, slumping, or subsidence should be identified and mapped. Any development that takes place on the subject lands should be clear from these risks. Additionally, the following should be addressed in order to ensure that the development of this property does not create any nuisances, and they're just suggesting that the developer follow the standard health guidelines for setbacks to things such as the well and septic system. Additional mapping of the current surrounding land uses for and floodplain hazard areas, existing neighboring wells and sewage systems should be done in order to ensure compliance with Section 15. As such, AHS does not recommend in favor of this application at this time with the information provided. I would note when this application originally came to, was originally referred to AHS, the only concerns they had was just outlining their standard setbacks. So I'm not sure what has changed in provincial policy to warrant the concerns with slumping and subsidence of this property. But I would, however, state that after going out to the property, that is not a concern of mine, and I believe the members of the Planning Commission that went to the site the other day can attest to the same. The Municipal Planning Commission toured the property and reviewed the application on August 21st, 2024. MPC recommends that Council favorably consider granting second and third readings to the Land Use Amendment application, number 14-24. The MPC provided the following reasons for their recommendation. Conservation easements, conservation efforts should not be penalized. More environmental reserve easement could be added to the remainder of the quarter section to better protect the river at the subdivision stage of this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, it is now the opportunity for the applicant, Mr. Moore, to speak to your proposal and add any comments in support of your request and respond to any of the agency comments.
Thank you. As far as the stream being, as AHS has indicated, 50 meters, I don't dispute that. Just below my house, the creek comes down, makes a little bend, and it does come within that distance to the proposed property line. But as you seen when you come out and looked at it, you take a direct line from where my septic would be to the stream is over double the required setbacks on it. So it's really, the distance there is irrelevant as far as that is. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now invite any comments from the members of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Okay.
I didn't get to talk again.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to speak to that?
Reeve Swanson.
I wasn't sure that.
Yeah, that's okay.
That you were.
I did have some things to bring to council's attention here. And Tracy, are you able to put the MDP up for me, please? And if you could go to page 17, please. I want to go over some of the things that basically work together in the MDP, the way it was passed by council here in 2023. And so I'll just wait for page 17 to come up.
Should we count?
It's pretty close.
13.
There it is.
There we
Okay.
go.
So you see these puzzle pieces, and unfortunately my printer quit, so I couldn't print that page off so I can read from it. But it does say the paragraph above that about the interconnected nature of land use planning topics and decisions means that there will be trade-offs. And what we have here is a trade-off. I mean, the stumbling block on this one, and I can fully understand council's concern with it, is that in the MDP it says there shall be no more than 3 titles. But we have to do, well, there's 10 things here. You see how they all fit together. And sometimes, like, the world isn't perfect. And we have to trade one thing off for another, just like the MDP says. And in this case, I fully believe that that one parcel was never intended to be counted by you folks who developed this MDP as one of those 3 titles. It wasn't addressed at the time because it wasn't really realized how that would impact somebody's financial well-being, eh? So in order to protect the stream, in order to promote tourism by fishing, and I'll just back up here a second because I know the Raven River well. I moved here in 1979, and when I moved here, the Raven River was pretty much dead. People were farming right up to it. There were cattle watering in it, that sort of thing. You could catch fish there, but nothing like today. So the province took it upon itself, along with Buck for Wildlife, to do habitat enhancement on the Raven, along with a number of other streams. And it worked very, very well. We have a world-class fishery here. People come from miles around to fish this.
All over the world.
Yeah, yeah. And so protecting that worked. So my question is, should the landowner be penalized for having something like this work so well? And I believe that council, in its wisdom, can vote for this without, with a good, well, I don't want to call it an excuse, but a good reason to say, yeah, that one parcel should not count in this case. And those other parcels along the stream would be much the same, you see. If council in its wisdom decides to vote against this, I believe that you'd be sending a message to people in the county that, number one, council doesn't consider protecting stream banks and that a high priority, but they would also really, really have to think real hard before donating any land to, it's the ACA now that handles it, but it's to the province, basically. The province gets title for that. And then if we can go, I think, to the next page, please, Tracy. Yeah, we got these little guiding principles, eh? And the quality of life, community social growth, economic prosperity, and I believe there's one more right below that, Tracy. Yeah, environmental stewardship. Those four meet this application. Agriculture production is neither here nor there. And as was alluded to, that in the subdivision process, it is possible to take some more environmental reserve along the creek on the north side down in that lower land. And I was out there the day MPC went out as well, but I was there before you guys. And you people, sorry. And I observed, standing at Lane's new shop, there was a silage wagon across the creek, and they were loading up in big fashion, around like 2 or 3 units going. Well, a silage wagon's about 12 feet high. And if you looked straight across to the bank on the other side, you could have fit 4 or 5 of them on top of each other. So that valley is like 50 feet deep. The flooding's not going to be a problem or anything like that. But down in that low area in the southeast, it is lower, yeah. So it may be a consideration that if council grants this.
If I may interject, I have photos of that southwest corridor, more than one photo of that totally underwater on numerous occasions.
Great. So I think our perception here is that we've got a pretty good thing going here. It's good for the county. It's good for the tourism. And we want it to be good for Mr. Moore as well. Thank you.
If I might add to that, what Bob said, that southeast corner along there, like we talked about when the council was out here on past Wednesday, in good faith, and I expect the county to vote in good faith for this, I also offered approximately 2 acres in that southeast corner down there to take that out. I'll donate that to the county to protect that stream. My boundary where the fence line goes at Buck for Wildlife and Alberta Conservation, but then there's about 8 feet from the stream. Now is a real good opportunity to take that, move it back a few hundred feet, re-fence that, and now you've got another portion of that stream that is 100% protected. Somebody turn the light on and recognize the opportunity here, please. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further lights, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Just some questions about the land swap. There did the Alberta government give you, was there any land given to you to replace this parcel?
Yes.
And then
There was 120 acres, 2 miles, 2 miles east of me. 120 of that acres is swamp, and there was about 20 acres that was cleared on that. So I gave up 30 plus acres of low land, and I took that grazing lease in the swamp, or in the exchange, and that's what made the deal work.
So,
and the only reason I did it was higher ground, and I didn't have a hell of a lot of choice in it.
So for the land swap, did you have the opportunity to be able to sell that parcel?
I did eventually.
Okay, so there was I guess it could be viewed that the parcel that was taken, they gave you another one, so there was financial compensation for the parcel.
Well, I hope as a businessman I didn't do it to lose.
Yeah. And then I was just wondering, like Mr. Hagsma made a comment there about the financial well-being. With the actions of the Alberta government preserving that portion of the creek, it allowed you, I'm sure when you had your Lazy M Lodge, that it probably allowed business to host fishermen from around the world to be able to stay there, so to promote your business, you know, through the actions of the Alberta government preserving that land along the river, making it a world-class fishery, that would have helped your business, I'm assuming, with people staying at the lodge.
Actually, it had nothing to do with the business of the lodge. The business was with protecting the stream. I mean, the people were coming from all over the world to fish it anyway. It just made the stream healthier.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering if you ever had a fisherman ever stay there. That's all. I'll just leave it.
I think that's irrelevant.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that.
Go ahead.
Reeve Swanson, thank you. I
Yes.
just might add that before this land was taken from, or subdivided from Mr. Moore's corridor, he already had an easement along the stream and fenced back from it. He was already in cooperation with the government protecting it. So it was not a forced thing because he wasn't doing his job as far as preserving the environment goes.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
I see that in the parcel that you have written up here, you have stated that this would be the fourth title out of the quarter. And our MDP states in another section that if you're gonna do the fourth title out, you have to have an ASP. I don't see an ASP here. So therefore, how could I vote in favor of this?
That's a fair question, Councillor Cermak. I believe it was the intent of the MDP to state that there shall be no more than 3 titles out of a quarter section. I don't believe that it was looked at as what if one of those parcels was undevelopable. And that's where the one parcel should be considered undevelopable, and therefore Mr. Moore should be allowed to subdivide that one extra parcel without an ASB or outline plan.
I remember the MDP that we had up at the loose top, and there was a lot of people got up and said they do not believe in a fourth title out. Mm-hmm. I think we have lots of letters stating that.
If I could interject on that one. I totally agree with you, sir. Fourth title out or whatever, but if the government comes and decides we're gonna take it for whatever reason, they're gonna take it. If it puts a fourth title on you, you as a landowner, you're a hoot because it's gonna happen. And that's exactly what happened to me.
Yeah, but that gives the province the right to take the fourth title out, not the resident on the quarter, according to our MDP. And I think we have to go by our MDP and stand up and say, hey, we made this our policy and maybe we should stick to our policy.
Then I believe the policy is miswritten. It should be written in that policy. If the government comes and takes a portion of your land for environmental concerns, it is not considered the landowner's parcel out. I did not initiate this. It had nothing to do with it. And now I'm being punished for it. I couldn't have stopped that if I want. They came to me and said, this is what we're gonna do, Mr. Moore, and this is what we're offering. And oh, and by the way, sir, this will be your first parcel out. To hell it was. Ever. This was a government acquisition of my property. Why should I be on the hook for losing what is my rightful entitlement to what I'm applying for? That is just, I do not believe the government could legally do that and hang that around my neck that I initiated this and caused the first parcel. That just does not work. That is not democratic, and it also interferes with my livelihood to what I have rightful entitlement to. And now I'm been taken away because it's perceived as the first parcel out. It is nothing to do with me taking a first parcel out. Zero. And that's the part, please try and understand that.
I can understand that, and I see that, I can't remember the date, but you had a proposal in here to subdivide this before, earlier in this year, and it was turned down at that time. We turned down that, and you still went ahead and built your building.
I had a building permit from the county to do it. I did absolutely zero illegal. The site was, I had no idea that this had to go to this room today with you folks. When I applied for that, there was my building location was approved by the county. The county recommended it be processed. I just took for granted that this was gonna go through. I had no idea about this. I went and got a legal building permit and started building because I was under the assumption that it was gonna be approved.
Yeah, but it wasn't approved on the previous meeting that we had.
I did not know that, sir, when I applied for that building permit. It was recommended by the county. They come out, looked at the site and say, looks like a good site. We don't have any problem here. We're gonna recommend that it gets approved. So I said, okay, well, if it's gonna get approved, I'd like to get started. So I got a building permit on it. I didn't go off here on some kind of a whatever. I was following guidelines and working with what I was given, a legal permit to start building on that.
Yeah,
Thank
well,
you.
we will give you a legal
point of order.
building permit. You own the land, you can build on that land anywhere
But
you
the
want.
presumption was, I was building it under the presumption of the proposed subdivision being approved, or I wouldn't have started it.
We didn't approve it to
Councillor
begin with.
Councillor Cermak, I'm going to call a point of order. Because I'm conscious of the fact that we've got more than one public hearing this morning and with time allowed. So let's, I understand the point. I think it's gone back and forth enough to raise that. I have other blinky lights on, so I'm going to go to Councillor Lougheed and then Councillor Northcott.
In deference to time,
Okay.
I will issue my question at a later moment.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott? Same thing. Oh, it's not listed.
Right,
Oh, that's okay.
but it's
Yeah,
there.
no, it's all good.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to, just for the applicant, and I'm bringing some of my questions related to questions that other residents have asked me, and I was just curious if I know that there was letters, there was letters of opposition to this application in the previous, when it was defeated, previously defeated. I was just wondering if those letters, I just wouldn't want those concerns of those residents to be forgotten, but still remembered, and those letters of opposition still included in this application, because it's the same application.
We haven't gone through that part of the hearing yet,
Okay,
but they're coming.
Okay, perfect, thank you. That's it.
Thanks. Any more lights? No? Okay, so for the interest of time, yes, Mr. Moore?
What letters of opposition? I understand that there wasn't any.
And so we will get to that point in the public hearing order, but this time, we haven't got there yet, please. Thanks for your patience. So with that, there was no members of the public present to speak in favor of the application. Mr. Bisson, was there any written submissions written in favor of the request?
No written submissions in favor of the proposal were received.
Thank you. And now we're at the portion of the hearing where we're now inviting any comments from members of public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Seeing none, I will now ask Mr. Bisson if there was any written submissions opposing the request.
There were no written submissions in opposition at this time. However, Councillor Northcott did bring up a point. During the previous review of this application, there was one letter received from Mike and Judy Shimonik. I don't know if council would like me to review that. I will have to go back into the previous package to find that letter.
I'm fine unless you would like that letter to be brought.
I reviewed it.
Okay, in preparation for this, okay. All right, I believe that that's where we stand. All right, and now at this time, I'm inviting Mr. Moore to present any final remarks and Mr. Hagsbach to present any final remarks before I close the hearing.
I'd just like to reiterate what I was speaking about before. about the MDP being a complete vehicle, not a series of parts. And sometimes you have to go against one in order to achieve a better result with the others. And I believe this is one of them where that fourth title technically could be created, and council would have a very valid reason to explain to the public why that was done, and one that the public could embrace, and other people would come forward and be willing to donate land in order to preserve the environment as well, rather than trying to stymie that.
Okay, Mr. Moore?
May I invite Mr. Shenfield to come and speak for the government?
It's totally up to him. If you'd like, you can use the podium with the microphone.
That's why he's here.
Okay, you may please put on the microphone, Mr. Shenfield, if you could, please. Thank you. Oh, we got to press the button. There we go. Thank you.
All right, so my position is like absolutely neutral when it comes with regards to this application. I only can speak to the history of it, which I believe has been reiterated today, but one of the things that I can speak of is we don't have the same tools as the province, as the municipality has for designated environmental reserves. So when we take parcels for environmental reasons, we use other tools to be able to designate it for environmental reasons. We have Crown land reservations. So there is a caveat on the title. I know it's going to be expiring here, but we would be looking at ensuring that there's a Crown land reservation to note for any future proponents, whether it be oil and gas or anything, that this is set aside for conservation purposes as well. So the province would be willing to ensure that there are Crown land reservations. There are a number of Crown land reservations on these parcels, but as we update and clean out some of our old historic files here, sometimes these get lost in the shuffle. And so knowing the intent and the purpose of it, we would be looking at putting a Crown land reservation to ensure that it's designated there. If we were a different level of government and it was part of a planning process, this would be designated as environmental reserve. But like I said, we just don't have those same tools there, and that's all I'll present from the province's standpoint today, because everything else has been reiterated already. And I'm happy to take any questions if you have, Reeve and Council.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Mr. Shenfield, your letter says this will be changed to the CLR designation. Mr. Hagsma had mentioned that there's been several of these that have done even as recently as a couple of years ago. Are those designated CLR already as well and are subdivided, or are they as an easement?
I don't know which ones Mr. Hagsma is referring to. We have a number of departments within the provincial government too that are acquiring public land for different reasons. We acquire land for parks. We acquire land for conservation purposes. We actually acquire land for other purposes too. So I'd have to look at the exact parcels Mr. Hagsma is referring to. But if it is, if it's taken out for conservation purposes or those type of purposes, we would be looking at putting Crown land reservations on them. And generally the departments that make these acquisitions come to my team to ensure that we do have Crown land reservations to denote to all proponents what the intent is for these sites.
Thank you.
Mr. Hagsma.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Just in reply to Councillor Melhoff's question, these ones I was referring to have all been subdivisions. The council has, or the province has taken title to these lands. The landowners have lost or donated, in most cases, the land to the province. So the province has that title.
Thank you very much. All right, so with that, final remarks all presented. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I will now close the hearing at 9:49. And no motions will be entertained at this time. Looking at the time, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break before we reconvene for our next public hearing. We'll be at 5:2. 5-minute break. And welcome back from our break. We are now in our agenda item at 5.2. It's a public hearing for bylaw 1193/24. So with that, I will call the public hearing to order at 9:58. Outlining the process to be used, everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves, their organization, and whether they're in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent. Breaks within the hearing called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. The applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application, and at any time, council has the opportunity to ask questions. Submissions received from other agencies will be read out, and anyone who is present who is in favor of or opposed to will be asked to submit their presentation. And the applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised. So with that, I will ask Senior Development Officer Ms. Bailey to outline the background of this application, please.
I'm just going to introduce
Is this the first time? It's for me?
second reading.
It's the second reading, but this is the first time Mr. Webster was here. He wasn't here for the first reading, correct?
Yeah, he
Oh,
was here.
yes, you were. Sorry, yes, you are.
Do you remember
So
everybody on council?
Well,
we can do quick introductions
if you're gonna
first.
test me, I probably wouldn't.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I apologize. Let's do introductions quickly first.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor, Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Counselor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Thank you for your patience. Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Division 7 and Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Councillor.
Welcome, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
And I'm Holly Bealey, Senior Development Officer.
And I'm Dan Webster, behalf of my wife and I for our applicants on our property.
Thank you. So with that, I'll just provide the background to this application. So Dan and Elizabeth Webster currently hold title to the northeast 29/36 of 5 containing 155 acres. The land is located approximately 2 miles north of Highway 54 and 2 miles west of Secondary Highway 761, northeast of the village of Caroline. The purpose of this application is to redesignate 5 acres from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural district. The proposal is described by the applicant as gently rolling land, being a mix of bare and tree-covered land, encompassing some lower quality agricultural land in the northeast corner of the quarter. Access can be achieved off Range Road 5-2 adjacent to the east property boundary. The applicants have indicated the reason for their request is to create separate title to a portion of lower quality agricultural land for development in the future. The remaining 150 acres of the quarter would remain under its present designation being agricultural. The applicant has described the quarter as flat to rolling land. This land is open field with 3 tree clusters. There is an existing yard site in the southeast portion of the quarter, complete with 2 residences and 2 shops. The subject land has all applicable development approvals in place and is in compliance with Clearwater County's land use bylaw. There is a residential parcel located in the southeast corner of the quarter, which was created in 1998, and surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural with some residential parcels. This land use amendment application is in conjunction with a subdivision, 21/3700. Therefore, pending the outcome of the amendment, the applicant would proceed with an application for subdivision to create separate title to this proposal. I'm just going to give a brief summary of the policy. I know many of you are familiar with it, but if you have any questions or want clarification, just let me know. So from the 2023 Municipal Development Plan, Section 4 recognizes the importance of protecting surface water and groundwater resources, as well as a healthy ecosystem. Section 5, the subdivision and development of agricultural land, is in regards to evaluating agricultural land, the use of the land, reasonable availability for alternative locations, and limiting infringements on ag operations. And a farmland assessment map was included in your package, although we did notice that there are some inconsistencies on that map. Section 6 outlines the general residential considerations such as a suitable site, the location, compatibility with the area, access and servicing. Section 10 outlines the subdivision of land, providing opportunity for a variety of parcel sizes, outlining preferred locations, and the creation of additional parcels to serve the growing needs of our community, legal and physical access, the number of parcels permitted, specifically Section 10.2.2, wherein one additional subdivision may be approved for residential or non-residential uses if the redesignation was successful prior to. And it outlines the maximum allowable sizes for residential parcels unless deemed otherwise. Section 11 is in regards to water and wastewater services, and Section 14 is in regards to municipal reserves, which is addressed at the time of a subdivision application. So Clearwater County's land use bylaw outlines the proposed land use district, so the CRA district, which outlines permitted and discretionary uses, building requirements, and the applicable or acceptable lot sizes. The Municipal Government Act, matters related to subdivision and development regulations, Section 9 outlines matters that council should consider with respects to the land type, the use, and the impacts at the time of subdivision. So for policy considerations, the proposed redesignation would allow the creation of a 5-acre CRA parcel. The proposal is a rectangular shaped, undeveloped parcel situated in the northeast corner of the quarter. The size, shape, and location comply with Clearwater County's land use bylaw, the CRA district uses and size requirements, and the MDP policy from Section 10 and 14. The proposal is considered a second residential parcel or the third title from a quarter section, complying with the MDP policy 10.2.2. The MDP does not require the second residential parcel to be a developed site. The proposal encompasses a mix of low-quality agricultural land and farmable land. It has developable land to accommodate a building site and services and can achieve legal and physical access off a county-maintained road. The remainder of the quarter has existing access that meets county standards, and after reviewing the proposal, it is anticipated the redesignation of land will pose minimal impacts on existing farm operations on the surrounding lands. At the regular council meeting held on June 11th, council reviewed and gave first reading to this bylaw. As a requirement of legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners, agencies, and any affected parties. Upon consideration of the representation made at today's public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading. And I will turn the floor back over to you, Reeve.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bylaw. Now I'll ask if council has any questions for the development officer. Councilor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Just looking at policies 6.2.4 buffering, are you recommending any sort of buffer between this parcel and the residential property to the north?
I am not. It has been common practice that we situate parcels in the corner of a quarter section, abutting existing residential sites. So the yard site to the
Okay,
north.
thank you.
Thank you.
Follow up? Are you good?
I have one more.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering why the treed area has not been cleared. Is there a reason why that area remains treed?
I'm gonna refer to Dan for that one. On your air photo, on the one side of your proposal, is there a reason why we haven't cleared these trees?
Oh, it's low land, everything slopes over to that corner, and we've never cleared it to be farmland because of that, that's where the water runs naturally, runs around down to the ditch and goes that way. It's not, to me, it's not suitable, and it's a nice buffer for animals and wind and whatever else.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's a little ridge sort of on the same angle line as the tree line that out in the field, sort of a little ridge, and it creates a valley in behind and a valley out front towards the road. I think some of council went and viewed the land, did they?
We did,
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further lights, I'll now invite the development officer to present comments received from referral agencies, please.
We did circulate referral letters. We received comments from Alberta Health Services. They indicated they are satisfied with the application, will pose minimal risk to public health, and they understand the site is undeveloped and can accommodate a dwelling and services. They also provided their standard comments for council's consideration to ensure the development does not create a nuisance as defined in the Public Health Act. So 2 points. Point 1, nuisance in general sanitation regulations and the required setback separation distances for water and wastewater services. And 2, recommend additional mapping of surrounding lands and where neighboring wells and services are on site so they don't, so there's no non-compliance. Blue Mountain Power Co-op has no objections, and they outline that they are a member-owned, nonprofit distribution wire service provider. Clearwater County's assessment outlined, if approved, they would like to advise the applicant that their assessment would change from farmland to residential. Clearwater County's Public Works Infrastructure has no objections, and they request a road widening caveat be applied to the east boundary, and that would come at the subdivision stage as a condition. Public Works Operation outlined a new approach to the proposal would be required, complete to municipal standards. Clearwater Regional Fire has no concerns. Fortis Alberta outlined no easement is required and that they are a distribution wire service provider for the area. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed and toured the proposal on June 19th. Members discussed and received clarification regarding the policy for bare land, second residential parcels, limitations for future subdivisions, potential farmland assessment rating thresholds for subdivision, the density of the development in the area, and access. MPC recommended that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to redesignate 5 acres to the CRA district for the following reasons. It meets policy, although MPC is cautious to recommend subdividing a bare parcel for a third title. An outline plan would be required for any future subdivisions on this land. There is other developable yard sites in the area, so the properties surrounding are a mix of residential parcels and homesteads. And I will turn the floor back over to you, Reeve Swanson.
Thank you. I will now invite Mr. Webster, if you'd like to speak to your proposal and add any comments in support of your request and respond to any of the agency comments.
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot for me to say. I've got a couple, little factors. We've always followed policy and procedure on our farm. Any development on that property that you see has always, we've been there for 10 years. Anything we've done, we've always got permits. We've done it the way council or county has outlined us to do it. I'm not here asking for anything that's not already on policy. I believe I followed all the rules and regulations to get to where we are today. It is my wife and my titled land. I believe we should have a say in what we do with it. There is other residential property right next door. When you map it out, the bare land on my subdivision proposal and the bare land next door that is also a subdivision, it's not a subdivision, but it's a development. It's actually a little bit less than what the development next door is. So for me, it was the right place to put it. It's a square, rectangle. It also squares up the rest of my field. Will be a whole bunch more efficient when I go to farm it. You can see on the aerial that the dark spot on the roadside and the other side is exactly where the water runs. So it is, I know the map shows it as all the same type of land, but that corner stays very wet until, on a normal year, till mid-June anyways. The last few years, maybe not the same with the droughts we've had, but so in all that in consideration, and as I spoke, the trees are also a wet, it sucks up the water there, and to me, it's not farmable land, but we're just trying to do something that possibly in the future will provide us with some options if needed to maintain our farming community. We run a cow-calf operation as well as I do construction, I do real estate. My wife works, as most farms in Clearwater County are not supported by farming alone. I think everybody will agree that most farms in the county have to have a second income to be successful. Our hopes and dreams is that we can expand and have our own family farm, or leave it to our daughter, or, you know, she has interest in that at the moment. So it's just an option that maybe will allow us to keep that going down the road. It may turn into a retirement property for my wife and I. Not sure, but at this point, we feel it's the right thing to do, and it's the right piece of land on our property to do it with. And like I said before, I'm not asking to put a feedlot in there or a strip mall. I'm asking to do what county has outlined to proposed for that land use. So I think that's all I've got. I think it's pretty straightforward. I like to work. I was raised to work with my neighbors, not against my neighbors, and unless somebody's doing something crazy, it's their land, I would support them, and I think it makes a tight-knit community at the end of the day. You know, I remember doing lots of things with my dad and my grandfather, and it was all done by handshake. And when the neighbor needed a hand, you were there to help them, and it just seems to work. And we've had instances in recent with our neighbors that needed some help, and Jordan will attest to that. That, you know, without our help as neighbors, the folks that are in need of help wouldn't be able to keep doing what they've done in the last year. And had we not been on good terms before that, that help wouldn't have happened. And it wasn't because we disagreed on what each other wanted to do. It was because we helped each other in previous years, that when we needed help on our property, we were easy to reach out to. I'm pretty sure everybody knew the answer when the call came to whether to help out your neighbor or not help your neighbor, that it was going to be there. And that's just the way I was raised, and makes sense to me, and hopefully it makes sense to everybody else. So that's all I've got.
Thank you so much.
Welcome any questions.
So with that, see no lights. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
All right. I'm Mr. Webster. Just a quick question. Yeah, definitely help neighbors when needed. Totally separate topic. That is totally separate, but nice comment.
Yeah.
Just curious, as far as the neighborly, you were quite
Sorry,
strong.
I
Quite
can't
strong.
hear very well, Jordan,
Yeah,
sorry.
I'll speak a little louder so you can hear me. You speak that you want to be neighborly. I was just wondering, did you consult your neighbors with this application prior to it being submitted here, or no?
No, I never
Oh.
went to them
Okay.
particularly and asked. I was fairly certain that the process the county had in line would put it out to the neighbors. I've had other neighbors do things where I've received a letter to say stuff was happening to my neighbors, so I was fairly certain in the process that everybody in the neighborhood would be notified.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment. You stressed the neighborly
Yeah.
thing, so I just wanted to see if you'd, prior to,
No, I did
if you
not.
did that
No, I
neighborly thing,
definitely
and
did not.
reached out and
No,
maybe said, hey,
I didn't make a personal trip to
okay. I
anybody's.
just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, so now moving on I will now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of this application to please come to the podium. And please press the button if you're in favor, and please state your name for the record, please.
My name is John Vandermeer. I farm the area immediately across the road to the east from the subject property. And I'm here today to speak in favor of this application and of acreages in general in our community. I currently am a full-time farmer. I live on a full quarter section. It has no subdivision from it. And the proposed acreage here will have no impact on my farming across the road there. I would comment that I have good neighborly relations with all of the acreage owners on the lands that I farm around the area. And there are some 5 acreages adjacent to or on the farmland that I operate. I also have good neighborly relations with the landowners adjacent to the lands that I operate. And we've all heard the discussion about the conflicts between farmers and acreage owners, about weeds, pests, etc., and noises. On the other side, we have family needs, financial needs, personal preferences, etc. I point out that we all live on small areas. The county assigns, for tax purposes, 3 acres. If you live even on a full quarter section, really the residential component of where you live is commonly referred to as about 3 acres. So some of us farm larger or smaller surrounding areas around the area on which we live. And some do not farm. They rent the land, some work off-site, whether they own land or acreages. And farming also can take many forms. Greenhouses of 1 or 2 acres. Market gardens, maybe 5 or 10 acres. Then we have grain, hay, livestock operations of varying size. And I would note that each of these smaller 2 endeavors that I mentioned has the potential to match the cash flow from a full quarter section of grain, hay, or livestock operation. The residents of Clearwater County have one thing particular in common. They have chosen and generally like to live in Clearwater County. The community can become more cohesive if we simply respect individual property rights. No one wants others to dictate what they can do with the property that they have title to. And I note here today, I believe we have 8 land use amendment requests on your agenda. There's a problem here. The law of supply and demand is not being balanced. Demand is far outstripping the supply of acreages in our county. Now may be a good time to make 3 titles more easily available in a way that does not consume the energy and efforts of both council and administration. As a resident taxpayer, I object to the inefficient, expensive, even wasteful use of time and resources currently on display. I have a few other observations. Ag will never pay the taxes required to run this county, its roads and other services. The oil industry has been paying most of the bills, but reserves are largely depleted, except maybe for the Duvernay. And the bottom line is we need more skilled people, entrepreneurs, and economic development, or our taxes are going to go through the roof. And I also observe that most county land is currently owned by people over 60 years of age. So why would a 60 or 70 plus year old farmer want to see lower land prices? They are near retirement and should be happy with a high land price for the property they have nurtured for a lifetime. If they want, of course, to give their land away, they can do that at any time. So that's always an option. But they should certainly not be deprived of getting higher values for the efforts that they have put in for a lifetime. So I'm saying don't ask your neighbor to give his land to you or some younger farmer. If you believe in free markets, allowing market forces to set the prices, you should not be trying to restrict your neighbor's individual property rights. Most land has been passed down or was purchased from earnings from the oil and gas or other off-farm sources. Startups without off-site financing are certainly not feasible at this point in time. Well over 90% of current farms have or have had significant off-farm income to enable and enhance the owner's lifestyle. If people buy land in Clearwater County that is deemed expensive, that's a very good sign that there's opportunity here. Not only for those who are arriving, but those who have lived here all of our lives. Consider many parts of Saskatchewan. Land of the big farms. Very few people live there, or in fact can live there, and nearby towns and villages are becoming non-viable. No community life, just not enough financing or tax base to do it. It takes people and money to make a good community where residents can enjoy life. So we like our small farms and acreages. The land appears suitable for both and can accommodate both. So my suggestions, summary, make more acreages available, welcome investors to our community, promote economic development. Let landowners have more flexibility in what they do with their land. After all, who is best to decide how to manage one's heritage? Stop wasting county council administrative time in efforts to suppress the obvious need for acreages. There are many landowners wanting to create an acreage, and there are many potential buyers. This is a win-win opportunity. And the major reason we keep hearing for fighting against acreages or third titles is I or my son and daughter would like to expand our land base and at a lower than what would otherwise be market price. I would like my neighbor to subsidize my farm expansion. This is enlightened self-interest, and you can try to do that, but I don't think it's a fair proposition. It hinders the development of a strong sense of community as it prevents many residents from optimizing the use of their property or of achieving full personal potential. Ongoing restrictions on third titles will result in inferior local infrastructure and or higher taxes on residents and farms. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. So now I'll ask the development officer if there's any written submissions in favor of the request.
There were not.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott, question?
I have some comments just regarding the public member that just spoke.
If we could, I'm in the interest of time, if you want to summarize quickly, or we could, would those comments be better suited for the second and third reading?
Actually, public hearing would be best if I may right now.
Very good.
I do plan on to recuse myself during the decision of any vote, but as a public hearing, and I'm still a resident in Clearwater County, but Mr. Vandermeer brought up a point, and so did Mr. Webster, that many people, or maybe even 90% of people, work off of their farm. I'm a farmer as well, except I'm not going to put a bale of hay. I have time, right? I think a lot of farmers and ranchers have time. So you put a bale of hay out. I'm not going to sit there for the next 2 days and watch my cows eat a bale of hay. I have some time. So I do go to work. Or if I seed a crop, I'll take that week and I'll seed a crop. I'm not going to sit there for the next 3 or 4 months watching a crop grow. I have some time. So I do go and work. And I think many other residents in Clearwater County do too. But this theme that people have to work off the farm, I don't know if that's completely accurate. Mr. Vandermeer did give a good compliment to the neighboring land that it's been identified that this is lower quality agricultural land where this is located. However, just across the fence, Mr. Vandermeer himself did compliment that was the quarter to the north was one of the best hay crops he's ever seen, and that was a couple of years ago. We've had significant dry years, but has indicated that was one of the best hay crops around, and there's no fertilizer used on that quarter to the north either. Little bit of Mr. Vandermeer's track record is he was a previous councillor and did make quite a few decisions that were, I support, Mr. Vandermeer did support the, even though many residents did not want the Element Cannabis Production Facility on Highway 22, Mr. Vandermeer supported it, and that building is now in foreclosure and bankrupt. Diamond Billows Estates, again,
Point of order?
any of that relevant?
I'm just trying to give credibility to Mr. Vandermeer.
You're trying to attack a member of the public.
No.
And that is outside of this application.
No, Mr.
So,
Vandermeer
point
was
of
a
order.
previous councillor.
Point of order. Comments are made in regards to that. If it's every, as a public hearing, every resident has the opportunity to present their case. We listened. It is what it is. It's up to our discrimination whether we listen or not, and have those comments as ever related towards this public hearing as it stands. So with that, we will now go to anyone opposed. I can continue on the public hearing, number 6. Anyone opposed that's present, please come to the podium to raise your opposition to this application. Seeing none, I will now ask Ms. Beely, were there any written submissions opposing this request?
There were. We received 3 written submissions, and they had asked that I read them out, so I am going to do that for council. Good morning. I am strongly opposed to the redesignation of the 5 acres. Thank you, Greg Verstrada. As a landowner in Clearwater County, I want to make a brief statement about the impacts of the county's policy around acreages in the county. I feel that there is little to no consideration to landowners when acreages are proposed, and we as landowners voice our concerns. They are disregarded by the county. When our neighbors wanted to subdivide an acreage out, we didn't want the acreage right beside our residence. But when we talked to the county, we were told we had no say in the matter. When people moved in beside us and their kids were riding dirt bikes around all day long, we were told that the county doesn't consider dirt bikes to be a problem. We were told to go and talk to them and figure out the problem. A problem that is clearly stated in the county's bylaw is something that is prohibited. Our corrals for our cows are beside our neighbors, and having the noise from dirt bikes and now a portable sawmill make it difficult to work with animals when other activities are going on. When we are calving, the cows are locked up in the corrals when they have problems. We also use this area to lock up our bulls when they are not breeding. We did go and complain to our neighbors about the noise. Now I have to be careful not to disturb them with my farming activities too. Sometimes that's difficult when I work late and still need to feed my cows when I get home. This situation is worsening with the anxiety and mental stress it puts on my family because of the lack of control we have over these circumstances. We are told that what we feel doesn't matter and we have to deal with the problems ourselves. It is frustrating. Now the county is looking at adding more acreages to quarter sections, and I'm worried that this may cause more problems. I'm sure I'm not the only person that feels this way, and I just wanted to send a letter to express my concerns. Thank you for your time. Stephen Mikulski. And I did receive one other letter. This letter is in opposition to the Land Use Amendment and Subdivision of Dan and Elizabeth Webster. From Clearwater County's MDP, Section 5, Policy 524, Agricultural Policies, in making decisions on proposed land redesignation, subdivision, and development in areas of the county where agriculture is a primary use, Clearwater County shall seek to limit infringements on agricultural operations. The proposed subdivision would be adjoining our farmland and a residence on our farmland. This proposed subdivision does not limit infringements on agricultural land and farming operations. From the MDP Section 10.2.10 Subdivision of Land, the preferred location for a residential parcel shall be B, the portion of land that has the lowest agricultural capability within a quarter section. We feel the proposed subdivision does not have the lowest agricultural capability within the quarter, which is stated in the referral letter we received. We have attached photos of crop growing next door in normal and drought years. And I'll review those in a minute. Policy 10210D, preferred location shall be abutting existing residential parcels or existing residents. We would not be opposed to the subdivision if it was placed abutting Dan and Elizabeth Webster's existing residence or in close proximity. The proposed subdivision is almost half a mile from their current residence. With the proposed subdivision where it would be in place now, the Websters would have financial gain, but wouldn't have to deal with the problems of having a subdivision abutting them. In the referral letter with the application details that we received under the surrounding land use and environmental concerns, it states the soil is clay. From my experience as a County of Clearwater Conservation and Reclamation Inspector working with Alberta Environment from 1993 to 2004, and knowledge of attending Olds College reclamation courses, the soil is not clay, it is loam topsoil. History on the agricultural farmland abutting the proposal. My mother and father homesteaded and farmed this land. We now farm this land. Our children farm this land, and our grandchildren are helping to farm this land. This quarter section is one of the last and might even be the last full quarter homestead in Clearwater County and will be up for a 100-year farm award in 2030. These are the facts that I have witnessed. Increasing the possibility of more residentials in agricultural areas leads to inflating land costs, which in turn can limit expansion of small and medium farmers. The more non-farm uses in the agricultural area, the more likely the farmland conflicts will arise. I have thought about this subdivision daily and lost sleep. The stress of trying to figure out how to save rural land, agricultural, and the livelihood is consuming. Why should we have to defend our livelihood and passion for agricultural? When the current MDP came out, some councillors made comments that it would be more difficult to get a third title out of the quarter and that they would preserve agricultural land, while other councillors said they would listen to the residents and not be in favor of the third titles out. The remaining councillors made comments that they would like to see more acreages, but would listen to the majority of the residents in Clearwater County, which opposed the third title out. But since the new MDP, there has been 33 CRA parcels that have been approved, only one CRA parcel refused, one ag parcel approved by fragmentation, and 2 IA parcels approved. If some council members are going to be in favor of approving this third parcel out, please place them abutting to or in close proximity to the residents who are applying for the subdivision. They are the one with the financial gain from the sale of the acreage. Let them deal with the problems, if they arise, of having an acreage in close proximity. Again, we are not in opposition to Dan and Elizabeth Webster. Again, we do not object to Dan and Elizabeth Webster for their proposed subdivision if it's abutting their residence. Rick Northcott. And he did supply some photos he wanted council to view. Photo 1 on the screen, he outlined, you will be able to see from the photos how productive the land is even through drought years. I think it is very important to show the production from year to year. Please see the attached photo showing raking and baled hay on the south side of the quarter directly north of the proposed subdivision in August of 2017. No fertilizer has been used on this hayland. There's 8 photos. So photo 2 is looking southwest from the middle of the quarter, showing good hay production in a drought year, August 2018. Photo 3 is from the middle of the quarter looking east, showing raked hay and hay baled on the north and south side of the quarter, August of 2018. Photo 4 is looking east from closer to the south side of the quarter, showing cutting of excellent hay crop in August of 2020. No fertilizer has been used on the hayland since it was seeded to hay in approximately 2010. Photo 5 is looking west from the north side of the quarter section, cutting good hay crop in August of 2020. And he wanted to note previous photo of cutting hay shows better hay production on the south side of the quarter next to the proposed subdivision than the north side of the quarter, which is still very good hay production. Again, no fertilizer has been used in the last 10 years. Photo 6 is looking west from near mid-east side, showing hay bales averaging 1,350 pounds, August of 2022. Photo 7 is looking south from the near south side, showing raked hay in our yard next to the proposed subdivision, August of 2022. And finally, photo 8 is looking east, showing raking hay close to the south side of the quarter in August of 2022. Thank you, Reeve.
Thank you. So before we close with final remarks from the applicant, I have a quick question for you, Mr. Webster. Did you participate in the MDP public hearing at all?
Pardon me?
Did you participate in the public hearing for the MDP at all when we were going through that review? Did you submit any comments or participate in the public hearing? Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, I will give you the last word before we close the hearing.
Okay. Yeah, those are all lovely pictures. None of them are on my land, but the fence is right. It just, the land continues. It's also fun to note that in the same corner of the land is exactly where they decided to put a development as the same corner of the land as I'm working with. So if the land was so good for farming, why did they put a trailer, which I believe is rented at the moment, which is also a financial benefit to the owner of this property. So if it was such good farmland, I would have thought he would have kept that trailer out of there, and that was the reason we decided to put it down there. We figured it was next to another residence. It is certainly the lowest quality land on our farm. Anybody that was there that looked at the property will see that. And as far as the land across the road on Johns, it's probably 2 to 3 feet higher across the road on Johns than it is where this subdivision is proposed. You know, we could talk about it all day. I don't think that's what we need to do. The only other question I have is that is there anybody here that would be biased to this vote and this that will have a vote that will be biased to the opinion of whether it goes through or not on council?
And when we proceed to the motions of second and third reading, I would assume that will be disclosed at that particular point in time.
Okay, thank you.
This is public hearing. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, Holly, Miss Polly, sorry. I was reading in this second paragraph, it says that there is a subdivision already out in this quarter with 2 residents and 2 shops on it. Is that pretty common in Clearwater County to have more than 1 residence on a divided acreage?
So I'm just gonna clarify that for you. In the southeast corner, parcel was created in 1998. But the Websters actually live directly behind that, and that's where the 2 residences and 2 shops are. So they're abutting the other acreage. And the 2 residences are on the balance of the quarter, which is a permitted use on an egg quarter.
And just to clarify that, there is 2 residents. One of them I built for my mother-in-law as a bona fide need. It is I applied for a permanent residence at the time. It's a 600 square foot self-contained cabin that my 93-year-old mother-in-law lives in. It isn't 2 shops, it's a barn and a shop. The shop was there when I purchased the land in '99. The barn I built with all the proper policies and procedures in place at the time, as well as the cabin was also followed with all the proper policy procedures and building permits at the time. And, you know, I like to think that it's a good thing that my mother-in-law isn't in a home that we're paying for her to keep at 93. My wife and I and my daughter look after her, and she looks after us. And it's a very pleasant thing, especially with the past few years of COVID, that we had somebody on site with us instead of stuck in a home somewhere that we couldn't visit and talk to her. So that was the purpose of building that second residence on site, and at the time I was advised by county that building a second residence was more suitable than trying to do a granny suite or anything like that. So I welcome anybody that wants to come and view it and see how it was done and the quality of it. I used to custom build homes, so I'm very proud of it, and I'm very proud of the fact that I can keep my mother. My mother is 82, 84. I suspect when the cabin becomes available, she will be the one that lives in that cabin as long as we can keep her there. That's the reason for all those buildings.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. One of the letters in opposition had suggested moving the acreage closer to your the residences that are already on the property. Why was that not considered? What was the reason for choosing here rather than it being abutted to your own residence?
Well, and I know that in the land map, it looks like it's all the same land, but the land closer is actually better farmland than the land in that corner.
So you chose it just because it was less valuable?
Yeah, it was
for your
in a
egg
corner,
production?
which I've always been more, these subdivisions, I've looked on the county map and seen some pretty crazy designs around subdivisions. So I wanted to do a rectangle, do it in a corner, made more sense, easier to survey. And the type of parcel that was there that would square up my field, take away that wet side. If it does become a residence for me or anyone else, I think that 5 acres is a nicer parcel with a bit of trees and a little lowland where possibly a dugout could be made. I just think that the section we picked was the most appropriate section for the farm.
Any other final comments? You're good?
I'm good.
All right, thank you. So with that, I will close the hearing at 10:45. And no motions will be entertained at this time. Thank you for your time. We are going to continue on with our public hearings. We have a public hearing at 10:30 that was scheduled for 10:30. We're going to continue with that, and that is 5.3 for the bylaw 1201/24.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Just allow our applicants to please join us. Thank you. So I will call to order the public hearing at 10:46. And I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Any presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask cell phones be turned off or on silent, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members may have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will be read out. Anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit their presentation. Following this, comments with anyone who is opposed will be requested to submit their presentation. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised. But before we turn it over to Mr. Dawson, I'm just going to quickly do some introductions, and I'm going to start on my right, please.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Division 7 and Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Dawson Conley, Development Officer.
And if you wouldn't mind, it's on. Oh, there you. Oh, that's okay. Yep.
Go ahead.
Kalinda Cole.
And Ralph Freeze.
Thank you. So with that, thank you for the introductions, and I will pass it off to Mr. Conley for the development officer to outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Kalinda Cole has made application to amend the land use bylaw on Plan 232-1275, Block 3, Lot 1, containing 10.98 acres. The subject property is currently designated light industrial within Clearwater County's land use bylaw. It is located adjacent to Highway 22, approximately 1 kilometer south of the Highway 11 and 22 intersection. The applicant is proposing to redesignate the subject property from the LI district back to the Ag district. The property was rezoned due to the operation of a business which is no longer active. Therefore, the applicants are selling the property and would like to rezone it to the Ag district because it does not fit the market as a light industrial parcel. The subject property was zoned light industrial for the operation of an auction mart, and at this time the business is no longer in operation and the property is listed for sale. Due to the zoning of this property, it does not fit the market for a light industrial parcel, so the applicant is proposing to redesignate the property to the Ag district. The surrounding land uses are agricultural and residential, therefore an Ag zoning is more appropriate. Additionally, Clearwater County's MDP Policy 7.2.6 encourages industrial development to be located in a business park unless an isolated location is deemed necessary. Given that the business is no longer operational, it leaves the property open to a variety of uses that may not be appropriate at this location. At the regular council meeting held on June 25th, 2024, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1201/24. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspaper and on the Clearwater County website, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at today's public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings. Thank you.
Thank you. Does council have any questions for the development officer at this time? Seeing none. Mr. Conley, do you have any comments received from the referral agencies?
Yes. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors have no objection to the proposed land use redesignation. Alberta Health Services has no objection as the application poses minimal risk to the public health. TELUS Communications has no objections. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure has no objection. Clearwater County Assessment has no concerns. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed and discussed the application on August 21st, 2024. The MPC recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third readings to Land Use Amendment 1624 to redistrict 10.98 acres known as Plan 232-1275, Block 3, Lot 1 from the LI district to the Ag district as the proposed use promotes ag pursuits. It preserves agricultural land. There is no land use designation between ag and CRA for the parcel size, and the land is not appropriate as LI because it is limited by requirements from fire and Alberta Transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would now like to invite the applicants if they'd like to speak to your proposal and add any comments in support of your request, or to respond to any of the agency comments. You're all clear? Okay, thank you. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Seeing none, Mr. Conley, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
None were received.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of this application? Seeing none, Mr. Conley, were there any written submissions opposing this request?
No comments were received.
Thank you. At this time, before we close the hearing, I'm wondering if the applicant would like to present any final remarks for your application? No? All right, thank you very much. I will close the hearing then at 10:53, and no motions will be entertained at this time. So with that, just looking to council, would we like to have a few minutes before the next public hearing, or would we like to take a quick break? Okay, so we are going to take a 5-minute break before the next public hearing, please. and welcome back from our quick break from our council meeting for August 27th. We are at now in the agenda item 5.4, the 11 o'clock public hearing for bylaw 1200/24. So with that, I will call the public hearing to order at 11:01 and outline the process to be used. Please rewind and play the live stream, sorry. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they're in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. Cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline reasons for the application. And at any time, council members will have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Anyone present who is in favor of the application will be asked to submit their presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. So before we go through the background report, let's do another round of introductions, please. I'll start on my right.
Good morning. I'm still Sydney Graham, and I'm still a counselor for Division 2.
Well, good morning. I'm still Darrell Lahi as well, counselor for Division 3.
I feel like I should switch it up and pick a different name. Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and counselor, and the deputy reef.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7 counselor, and reef.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 counselor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, counselor for Division 5. We really are very nice people, so don't be nervous.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, counselor for Division 6.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Morning, Dustin Bisson, senior planner.
I'm Kevin Uxma.
And thank you for coming. All right, so with that, we will go to senior planner, Mr. Bisson, to outline the background of the application, please.
All right, thank you, Reeve. So Becky Casperson currently holds title to the Northeast 1338.5 west of the 5th, containing 157.61 acres of land. The subject land is located approximately 19 kilometers southwest of the hamlet of Condor. The landowner has made application, 3.5 miles southwest of the hamlet of Condor. The landowner has made application to redesignate 9.13 acres of land located in the northeast portion of the quarter section from Ag to CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will then proceed with subdivision application process to create separate title to the 9.13 acre CRA parcel. The proposed developed 9.13 acre parcel contains a residence and a few ancillary buildings. The applicants have indicated the existing services include a water well and an open discharge septic system. The proposed parcel is larger than the maximum allowable parcel size. However, the parcel does encompass a wetland that should be registered as environmental reserve easement. The proposal is described as flat with some planted trees and wetland adjacent to the proposed east property boundary. Access to the parcel can be obtained from an existing access off Range Road 5-0 adjacent to the east property boundary. The balance of the quarter section is rolling land. The northwest and southeast portion of the quarter are used as a tree farm operation. The north central and west central portions of the quarter is mainly cleared pasture land, and the southwest portion of the quarter is mostly wetland. There is a residential yard site located in the central portion of the quarter section. As well, there's a second developed residential subdivision taken out of the, let me restart there. There's a developed residential subdivision taken out of the southeast corner of the quarter section. Although the majority of the existing residential parcel was taken out of the northeast corner of the southeast 1338.5, staff has confirmed that it would be considered the first residential parcel out of the northeast 13. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from an existing access off Range Road 5-0 adjacent to the east property boundary. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly agricultural land with a few residential parcels. Pending the result of the land use amendment, the applicants will proceed with a subdivision application to create separate title to the proposed parcel. And the applicant, or I should say the purchaser of the acreage is here to speak to the proposal. County policy, I'm not going to go through it. I know you've heard it a number of times today. There really isn't anything too significant other than it's slightly oversized just to encompass that wetland, which if it's approved at the 9 acres, the wetland would be registered as environmental reserve easement. Municipal reserves are owing and would be required to be paid as cash in lieu. Policy considerations, so the proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 9.13 acre parcel in the northeast corner of the northeast portion of the quarter section. With the current MDP, oversized parcels may be approved to encompass existing residential amenities and facilities. The proposed parcel is larger than the maximum allowable to encompass the wetland. Legal and physical access exists. Staff has reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact on existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Surrounding the proposed land use amendment, should the proposed land use amendment subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with MDP policy 10.2.2. At the regular council meeting held on June 18th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1200-24. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1200-24. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. I will now ask if council has any questions for the development officer, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Approximately how many acres would be considered to be taken out for environmental easement should the application be accepted, and therefore how much of the actual developable space is left on the remainder?
Sure. So the wetland would encompass approximately 2.13 acres, leaving a 7 acre developable site.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cermak?
That was exactly the question.
Same question? Perfect.
I wanted to know about BYLAWS. And the other question I have is, I see that it's an on-surface discharge for wastewater. With this subdivision, is it still within its setbacks from the property boundaries that will be instated in this subdivision?
No, it will not be. So that is something at the subdivision. If this goes through the subdivision stage, there will be a condition that the septic system be upgraded to a septic field or something that does comply with current legislation.
So a regular sewer system or a tank, holding tank or whatever?
Tank, septic field, mound, yeah, absolutely.
So then we will get approval from Alberta Health stating that it was done properly?
Absolutely, and we won't sign off, we won't endorse the subdivision until that's done.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I was just curious about the parcel on the southeast corner. Was that created through a boundary adjustment, or was that a remnant of development decisions of many years ago?
So that is what is considered the first residential parcel out of this quarter section that we're dealing with. Because the yard site straddled the property line at the time, They did their first parcel out to clean it up, and it did come out of the northeast quarter section.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further lights, I'll now ask Mr. Bisson if there's any comments received from the referral agencies.
Yes, there was. TELUS Communications had no concern. Fortis Alberta indicated that easements are required for the development, and the developer can initiate the process of securing easements for the proposed subdivision by contacting Fortis Alberta. They also indicated that they're the wire service provider for the area. Clearwater Regional Fire indicated that they had no issues with the application. Public Works Operations had no comments or concerns. Public Works Infrastructure had no comments, no objections to the proposal. They did request that road widening be taken along the east boundary of the proposed parcel. Alberta Health Services, the aforementioned application has been received by our office, and we are satisfied that the application poses minimal risk to public health. It's our understanding that the applicant is seeking to redesignate 9.13 acres. Further to that, they did include their standard setbacks for developing a parcel, so setbacks from their well, setbacks from a septic system. At this time, we have no objection to the approval of this application. Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application July 17th. MPC recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the land use amendment application 15-24 containing 9.13 acres of land, including 2.13 acres of wetland, which will be registered as an environmental reserve easement. MPC provided the following reasons for their recommendation. Due to the environmental reserve area of 2.13 acres, the proposed parcel will be 7 acres in size, which meets the size requirements outlined in the land use bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point in time, you should ask the applicant to speak to the words the proposal or to any comments to support the request and respond to any agency comments.
I got nothing.
Got nothing? Okay. I will now invite any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application to step forward. Seeing none, I would ask Mr. Bisson, were there any written submissions in favor of the request?
No written submissions in favor of the proposal were received.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Seeing none, Mr. Bisson, were there any written submissions opposing this request?
No written submissions in opposition were received.
Thank you. And at this time, I usually give the applicant final remarks in any closing. Again, last chance. Okay, no further remarks. Thank you very much. So at this time, see no lights or Councillor Lougheed, to your
I'm
lights up?
sorry,
You're good?
the ghost button.
Okay, no worries. We'll close the hearing at 11:14. And no motions entertained at this time. So with that, I'm going to ask the will of council if we would like to go directly to the agenda item 6.4 and deliberate second and third readings on this particular public hearing as we've just concluded. I'm just looking for head nods.
He's already here.
Okay, let's do this. All right, so we will move on to 6.4, the consideration of second and third readings of Bylaw 1200/24. I'll turn that over to Mr. Bisson, please.
All right, so the purpose of Bylaw 1200-24 is to amend the county's land use bylaw to redesignate 9.13 acres of the Northeast 1338.5 from Ag to CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowner will proceed with subdivision process to create separate title to the redesignated lands. At the regular council meeting held on June 25th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1200-24. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon considerations of the representations made here today, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1200-24.
Thank you. So that opened up the floor for discussion, comments, motions. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I will make the motion for second reading with the caveat that Municipal Planning Commission protect the wetland during the subdivision phase and the condition for the wastewater be changed over to be compliant.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yeah, this seems a very reasonable application. I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions on the motion? All right, I'll call the question for second reading. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. Motion then for third reading. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I'll make the motion for third reading.
Thank you. Any comments, questions on the motion for third reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you. And thank you very much for coming in today, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So moving back into our agenda, we are going to go to 6.1, which is the consideration of second and third readings for bylaw 1198. I figured I'd catch you before you physically as well. For the application of bylaw 1198. So this is consideration for second and third reads. I'll turn that over again to you, sorry.
Sure. All right, so the purpose of bylaw 1198-24 is to amend the county's land use bylaw to redesignate 5.50 acres of Plan 0724272 Block 2 Lot 1 from Ag to CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowner will proceed with an application to subdivide the redesignated lands from the remainder of the quarter to create a partially developed 5.50 acre CRA parcel. At the regular council meeting held on June 11th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1198-24. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspaper, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1198-24.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. All right, so looking for discussion, comments, motions. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. We try to make policy that fits as many cases as possible. And when it's our role on council to interpret case by case those policies. I agree with staff that the first parcel out, the environmental reserve, should not count as a residential parcel out of this property. And I will make the motion that council grant second reading to bylaw 1198/24.
Thank you for the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree, and in particular, our documents are said to be living documents, and we're not always going to be able to look at every single scenario that we may face when we're writing those documents. I just like it to note that when we're considering any revisions, that this be something that we consider in the future of how these types of properties are presented. because I agree with one of the comments from Municipal Planning Commission, that the conservation efforts should not be penalized. And there's many opportunities within Clearwater County for this to be done. And if we aren't going to look at them as nothing but positive, then more people will not be wanting to do those very conservation efforts. So I will be supporting second reading.
Thank you. Any further comment, question? Councillor Lougheed.
Oh, thank you. I definitely agree with the comments the Deputy Reeve made. I know one of the fundamental principles of our MDP is to protect the environment. In this case, this is definitely something that was created by the province and a conservation effort to protect a valuable resource within our community. I see that being consistent with the MDP principle of environmental stewardship. So I will be supporting this second reading.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Okay, I guess in my opinion, I don't see that there was any penalty for the conservation of that creek, but there was a land swap, there was over 100 acres given to that, you know, the replacement of that. So I don't think there was no penalty at all. There was a land swap that took place that came with financial gain to the individual to compensate him for that property. I don't see any penalty at all for those conservation efforts to conserve that creek.
Thank you. Councillor Gray?
I would agree with Councillor Northcott. When there was a land swap, there was compensation, so I would agree with Councillor Northcott on that perspective. I also appreciate that Mr. Moore, prior to this provincial government thing happening, was doing a great job already of taking care of the river, and I very much appreciate that. Mr. Hagsma always has good comments as well. He always kind of makes your brain think a little bit, so I appreciate his comments as well. I'm just going to keep the fourth title thing completely out of my comments, because whether you agree with it or not, my concerns are the adjacent properties. When the concern is to take care of the river, adding more people and more activity to that quarter section is counterintuitive to me. I also had a number of neighbors reach out to me who are concerned about this as well. They didn't write letters, but they did reach out to me, and they're already being impacted by the activities on this quarter section, and part of our decision making is making sure that it's not affecting the adjacent properties, and I fear that adding more activity to this quarter section will affect them, which I don't think we should be doing. Yeah, I'll stop there. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and I sense that much of the deliberation around this particular subject relates to that fourth title. Maybe could I ask, from time to time, Clearwater County acquires property for road widening, for utility projects, for easements. Usually whether you're compensated for that is somewhat irrelevant, but in this case, do we retain a second title for those road widening or utility projects or bridge project, whatever the project would be that the Clearwater County acquires land from a landowner and compensates the landowner? Do we then register another title that would eliminate the possibility of that person accessing the full provisions of the municipal development plan?
CO Emmons?
Thank you for the question. So it truly does depend, is the answer, sorry, on what you're acquiring for. For any type of road widening, bridge construction, it is subdivided and purchased from the adjacent landowner, but it is incorporated, not as title, but incorporated into the road allowance then. So it doesn't become separate title, it becomes more of a boundary adjustment, but it has to be subdivided and separated to be purchased. Easements are a different story. Though an easement can be registered as a caveat, or it could be purchased as a right-of-way. So if that helps address, there is a time it is subdivided to purchase from landowner, but it doesn't remain a separate title. It gets incorporated into for the purposes being purchased, whether that's to accommodate bridge construction for widening, road widening.
Thank you, and I would just comment that for me, the province acted as a conservation effort, created, I don't know whether this title was the first title out of that quarter or whether it was the second. I don't know that, but it was created with the purpose of conservation. That, to me, limits the possibilities. I mean, it's not a developable piece of land. It'll never be developed. It's as though the river had taken over. And the benefit is not only to, really the benefit falls on all of the public. It is a resource to benefit the entire public, the entire province, perhaps the entire world. There is a definite penalty here to this landowner trying to access the provisions of the MDP because of this initial parcel or this parcel being removed. And that's why I'm going to support second reading.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
Now, I need to ask the question, with Councillor Lahey. Municipal reserve, is that a title or a caveat against a quarter?
So municipal reserve, typically that would be, the only time that we take municipal reserve as land is in a multi-lot subdivision situation. So there would be an area structure plan with that. In this case, we would recommend back to the subdivision authority, MPC, that municipal reserve be taken as cash in lieu instead of a parcel of land. But it would be, anytime you have a municipal reserve lot, that would be considered a separate title. So environmental reserve would be the same thing, essentially. It's its own. Environmental reserve can be registered as an environmental reserve easement, which is just registered on the quarter section, or it can be taken as an environmental reserve lot. Most of the time, Clearwater County takes it as an environmental reserve easement, which is what we would have recommended had this application, you know, if, for instance, the parcel wasn't out of there along the Raven River, we would have recommended that it be taken as environmental reserve easement at this point. But that was taken as a lot way back in 1985.
I have a municipal reserve on my quarter, and I believe it is a separate title.
Yes.
Plus 6 acreages, plus an oil field road goes through the other end of my quarter, and it's a title of its own.
Yes.
I have 9 on my quarter.
The municipal reserve on yours was set aside because there's a multi-lot subdivision off of your quarter. And so there, rather than taking 10% of the value of the land as cash in lieu, they set aside 10% of the land being subdivided for that subdivision to potentially one day have a playground or some sort of communal space for that neighborhood.
Yeah. There's so many different things in our county that is up in the air, that is, and this is one that's, well, I consider it a fourth title. And I think there should be an ASP done.
Fair enough.
So that's why I will be voting.
I have a question for you, Mr. Pisson, and that is, during the public hearing, Mr. Moore had mentioned that he may actually add an additional 2.6 acres to the southeast in order to protect that particular easement or protect that. Is that a condition that we could actually add to the motion of second reading, that he does add that 2.6 acres?
So I believe that was Councillor Melhoff's, in Councillor Melhoff's motion, is that some of the land be protected along the Raven River as environmental reserve easement. And that's what Mr. Moore is proposing as well.
Okay.
I had that in my last motion for the last one, but I would happily.
Oh.
Yeah, that was in the last.
I'm sorry.
I didn't do it for this one because Councilor Ratcliffe actually made the motion for
Yes.
this
Okay.
particular application.
Then absolutely it
I
is.
think it is poignant.
Absolutely, it is a motion that you can add for consideration for the subdivision authority.
Okay, so I will respectfully ask Councillor Ratcliffe if you would accept a friendly amendment to your to the second reading to add consideration of, at the subdivision stage, that there be 2.6 acres added to that protection of the Raven River.
Mission I was thinking to bring up in the discussion here, so.
Okay, all right, so I would
Yes.
like to include that in the motion if that would be
And I
all.
appreciate Mr. Moore making that offer.
All right, so with that, with the friendly amendment that we've just added, any more discussion on the second reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Now looking for a motion for third reading. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
I can make the motion for third reading. I've already stated my case during the second reading, and continuing with the request that the commission consider environmental easement on the southeast.
Thank you. And I know for myself, I will continue to support the third reading as MPC has already been boots to the ground at that particular area and have favorably have offered their referral to favorably, for council to favorably consider, blah, 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 this recommendation. So I will be supporting. Councillor Northcott.
Yeah, I guess I did have quite a few phone calls from residents that were not in favor of this application. And again, there was no penalty. There was the individual that owns the property was not penalized. There was over 100 acres of land given in lieu of, for this small piece, to have conservation efforts put on this creek, which again, in turn, created additional opportunities for fishing and to support his previous business. I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I will also support third reading. This is a parcel of land that has very low agricultural productivity, so it doesn't have a large impact there. Mr. Moore continuing to live on this land, I don't think is going to add significant traffic either. And as I said before, I do appreciate the offer for an additional environmental easement to further protect that river. So I will be supporting third reading.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I would just like it known, of my opinion, that I think we're opening Pandora's box. I think it leads to the interpretation of our MDP to whoever wants to interpret it. I interpret it one way, somebody else interprets another way. I think we need to have some policies that stand, not that they can be wishy-washy. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and I appreciate the discussion. I just one question for administration. When we offer consideration, when we purchase property from a member of the public, is that public knowledge of how much that exchange was, or is that part of FOIP where it would have to be acquired in a more challenged way?
CO Elements?
Thank you. So we don't advertise it, but it is policy driven. So if somebody wanted to research it, it is policy driven, how much we pay per acre. That is the direction from council that guides administration. So we can't go outside of that policy when we don't truly negotiate. It's policy driven. Here's how much per acre. The anomaly is how much land we need.
Go
And
ahead.
if I can, I know that's the policy-driven component of that exchange or consideration of a property. Sometimes there are things that aren't included with the actual dollar value of the property, such as, you know, stacking or moving trees or leaving something seeded or a new fence or any of those things. Those aren't necessarily part of the public purview, or are they?
They are not. That's more of a private negotiation. The stacking of trees and those types of incidentals, I will say, council's given administration the latitude to discuss those. Fencing is policy driven. That follows. So if we create the need and, you know, policy.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. Just trying to understand where you're going with it, Councillor Lougheed. My guess is where you're going is that had Mr. Moore not given up the information that there was a land swap in this process, we would have strictly been able to look at this as this particular quarter section independently and not look at how value was exchanged for anything, and FOIP would have not allowed us to look at it otherwise had it not already been given up by the landowner directly, or am I misunderstanding?
Sure, I'll put it in, if.
Sorry,
if
I
it
just would
helped
like-
In very
yes.
simple terms, it was suggested that he got a great deal out of this environmental conservation project. That would be very subjective without knowing all the details. So, and I don't know those details, so that's why I'm not considering that argument within my support of third reading.
Thank you. All right, so with that, I see no further light. I'll call the question. All those in favor of third reading? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you for the robust discussion. So moving on now to item 6.2, which is the consideration of second and third readings for bylaw 1193/24. Councillor Northcott?
Yes, I think at this time, I'm going to recuse myself.
Okay.
For second and third reading. However, just to go back to one comment during the public hearing, I wasn't attacking the member that had spoke. The individual that had spoke was theoretically speaking, and I was just I was just stating some facts. But there was no intent to be attacking in any way, shape, or form, but just to state facts.
Okay, thank you
recusing myself.
Thank you for your comments. All right, so Councillor Northcott is going to recuse himself from the second and third reading, and I will turn that over to Ms. Beely. Oh, sorry, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Sorry, Councillor Northcott, just prior to you recusing, I'm curious why you're recusing now, but didn't recuse to vote when it was first reading, and didn't recuse in order to influence the decision prior to recusing. You already spoke on it, so why are you recusing now prior to a decision when you didn't accuse for first reading vote and still took the opportunity to influence the decision? I'm just curious why now.
Councillor Northcott.
I'm not sure what you're trying to edit.
Sorry.
I'm still a resident in Clearwater County. That was a public hearing. I could have I did have a point of order placed on me, and you did indicate that I was attacking an individual, which I was not. I could have spoke at that microphone just over there, 25 feet away, as a public member. That was a public hearing. This is, and first reading was to advertise it out to the public.
For sure, but you chose to speak on it as a councillor, not as a resident. You would have to speak to it at that
I clearly indicated at that
length.
time that this is a public hearing, and I'm a resident in Clearwater County.
But
Did
you
hear
still
that?
sat there.
Yes.
I did
And
indicate
as
that.
per section 18 of our code of conduct, you are not to influence any administrative council or committee decision or decision-making process involving or affected any person or organization in which a member has a pecuniary interest or conflict. And you have now indicated a conflict on this, and you sat in that chair and influenced the decision. Not there, there.
I was in this room during a public hearing. That this is a microphone, that's a microphone. You can interpret that how you would like, And, you know, if we have to go further down this road, that's absolutely fine. Let's full steam ahead is what I say to you. But I'm gonna recuse myself on second and third reading. You can think what
But
you
you
like.
voted on first reading.
To
so
go
why
to the
now?
public.
So, yep.
I think this might need to go further, but first reading is,
Yeah, point of order. We will, this will be maybe a discussion at another time.
yeah, full steam ahead.
All right.
I'm sorry, Reeve, it
So-
should be a
so-
discussion now. We're about to vote on this that affects this person.
So
And
point of order, so I feel that.
Under what grounds?
So it has been noted, this council has noted your objection, and that is fine, but at this point in time, with the public, or with the decision ahead, we have to trust that the members at this table will make the best decision possible with the information you have. Do you want to add more to that point of order, Councillor Cermak, or you're just wanting to? Okay, thank you for that. All right. So I will let you introduce the topic, please, for second and third reading. Microphone, please.
Sorry. That's okay. This is for Bylaw 1193, and it's for consideration of second and third reading. So outlined all the information at the public hearing, but again, the purpose of this bylaw is to amend the land use bylaw to redesignate 5 acres from the agricultural district to the CRA district. Pending the outcome of this land use amendment, the applicant would subdivide the property to create separate title to an undeveloped 5-acre CRA parcel. And I'd be happy to answer any questions council has.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that, up with what was brought before us, I just want to make sure I have the right one in front of me. Yes. Looking for motions for second or third reading to begin the discussion, or to have further discussion in regards to, for clarification or questions. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I will make the motion that council grants second reading to bylaw 1193/24 to amend the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Discussion on the motion. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually agree with one of the opposition letters regarding moving your proposed parcel closer to your own residence. I think that is absolutely a valid opposition. However, in you saying that is better farmland, I think that it is then protecting agriculture better to put it in the position that you've put it in. Because as I stated, I actually do agree that they should be abutted to the residences that are already currently on the quarter. But that would then take up more valuable farmland than what you are proposing. So with that, I will be supporting this, but I would like us to consider those types of provisions be added, as well as quantifiable provisions for protecting agriculture if we are to open up the MDP again.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
This quarter broke down into the numbers of where the good land is and where the bad land is, and the numbers. If you could show that on the screen, I would appreciate that.
Page 13.
Because we're just taking the word that it's better land there than somewhere else. Where is the worst land on this quarter?
It's page 13.
So the only problem with the farmland assessment map that we have here is that if you were to compare it to the aerial photo that's also in your package, there's a little slough / dugout. Actually, do you mind just holding that map up and then I'll hold this one up? So here is a slough of low wetland that's willow, but on the farmland assessment rating, it's actually rating it as a 41.6. So there are some inconsistencies on this map.
As well as the white land is not I don't know what the white across the top is supposed to be, but that land across the top north end of the quarter is, the west side is certainly low slough, but from the little jut out on the orange part back, all that white there is actually reasonable farmland. So I don't know what the white is supposed to indicate there, but, you know, I understand they can't make it exact, but that is not accurate, and in the middle, beside that little orange slough is certainly not accurate, and, like I said, I'd welcome anybody to give you a tour of the place, and show you exactly how the land lies, and most of that could have been seen from the visit, I'm sure, but, the orange part is on the subdivision portion is certainly not usable in my opinion. But, yeah, so there is some inconsistencies in the land map. The green part certainly is better farmland. I hay that part. And to the west gets a little bit lower, but it's still on a big ridge. The farm slopes largely from south to north. Yeah. Big hill on the south half goes down into some valleys on the north half.
Okay, so if I can?
Yep, absolutely.
If you took 5 acres out of here, you would take less land here than you are up top. And this is 10, and up there is 10. This here is 45, up there is 41.6. It's a smaller piece you're taking here if you take 5 acres out of there.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to take 5 acres there, and it also is also my driveway to my current residence goes in through there.
You have to look at the aerial to see that.
And yeah, you have to look at the aerial in your package to see where his driveway goes. There you go, that would be his driveway.
It'd be all 45, if he was to go just on with his
Yeah.
residential piece, it'd be all 45.
Essentially, it would be the best quality ag land on the quarter if you were to create it in that area.
If you stayed within the forested area and the little bit of bare land at the road to create a 5-acre parcel, it would encompass my driveway as well as get very close to my barn, which for my farming purposes, I enjoy going around and unloading hay and cattle at that barn. That's why I put the driveway there, which is also was approved by county at the time that I installed that. It's at the bottom of a hill. We've got the driveway at the right distance from the hill. That was all done, approved. You know, to go a little bit north of that and put 5 acres, we've created a parcel in the middle of the best farmland on my property, and 3-sided, which doesn't help me in that field as far as efficiencies go. It takes better land, and I have another thing to farm around. So again, it just, it's not something I took lightly, the placement of where this subdivision was gonna be, and I had multiple reasons that I think we've all talked about as to why it's, why I've put it where it is, or requested it to be there. I don't know if that
Councillor
helps or
Cermak,
not.
you're satisfied?
Fine.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe? I'll go to Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you. I made the motion to move on with this agenda, but I do admit being troubled. If that acreage was moved up where the other residential area is, it wouldn't need to be 5 acres. It could be 3, could be 2.5. Although I do see how the windbreak that provides would make it an attractive building site. I just wanted to make those comments.
Councillor Lougheed?
Reeve Swanson, and having had the privilege to tour this site with the Municipal Planning Commission, I appreciate the effort you put into selecting something that meets some of the guidelines of placing development on land with the lower agricultural potential. I see about half of this parcel has very little agricultural potential. And in fact, even that provision within the MDP is a little bit counterintuitive. Quite often when we pick an unsubdivided quarter section of land, we don't place our residence and our home on the least desirable portion of that land. We quite often pick something that has some windbreak, some maybe access to water, but it's seldom on the poorest part. We don't put our homes in the middle of a swamp. We don't put our homes on the side of an escarpment or something like that, unless that's what we really want. But so that provision where we're trying to push development into areas that have the least agricultural potential is a good consideration. I don't think it should be the only consideration. And in this case, I'll just go back to that municipal development plan. When we were formulating that, at that time, what we heard time and time again from the public was the sense that they wanted more freedom to use their property the way they wanted, without restrictions, without red tape. And I think we have to be cautious to use all the tools before us not to create more red tape and more restrictions on people and how they want to use their property, because it is their property overall. So that's what I'm going to use as I support this motion before us.
Thank you. I know for myself, when we going over the MDP for many years, and yes, part of the comment was, please put these acreages in less desirable agricultural portions of our quarters. And so as we can see that there's still that developable portion in this particular what's being proposed, there's still an opportunity, as we all know that when we develop our yards and develop our places of residence through time, we can sometimes improve that particular property more than what it was originally started out to be. And yes, through trees, through opportunity of putting up a pond to help with drainage, etc. So I see this as an opportunity. You've mentioned that it was mentioned that it is for a future option. It is not necessarily going to be have a resident on it in the near future, but the option was wanted the option for in the coming years. And so as we've heard today, there was other public hearing in regards to having aging in place and things like that. And as it's mentioned, that we have an opportunity to hold those close or live close by to those in the neighborhood. So I will be supporting this as I see that it's being placed well, and it is an opportunity for landowners to make the decision of how they see fit of what they would like to do. Less red tape, as Councillor Lougheed has suggested, and I agree. Any other further comments in regards to second reading?
If I
Councillor
may.
Graham. Oh, go ahead. Ms.
Sorry,
Bailey.
we did work with the applicant to try to find a spot that wasn't gonna be using the best quality agricultural land, and he's not afraid to have an acreage beside him. He has one that's beside him. We just, when we were looking at the lay of the land and the wetland on that land, that's why we chose the corner, which has been, the planning commission's recommendation is that it's in the corner of a quarter, kind of squared off. So that's why we did that.
Thank you for the background. Councillor Grant?
I appreciate the comments you made in the public hearing, and I'm thankful that people like you exist in Clearwater County who are helping neighbors, and I value that so much. I support the intent of this parcel. I think it's great to pass farms down generations. I think that's a wonderful thing. I have consistently not supported parcels that are beside other parcels with a different landowner. For me, I know if someone were to put a parcel right beside where I live, that I would move. It would ruin my lifestyle. It would really affect me. And some people don't care. Unfortunately, for this situation, the neighbors do care. So I need to remain consistent and not support this because of that. If we were to move this parcel, I would happily support it. As it is, though, I will not be supporting the second reading.
And as I said before, the residents next door, there is quite a buffer of trees I've left between the two residences. The residence next door is not the landowner. The residence next door is a rental property that they are making income off as well, which he has stated that, you know, I'm making income or have the potential to make income off of mine. I certainly took that into consideration. I sell real estate. I know what sells and what doesn't sell. Having a neighbor right next door that you're staring at is not great in any circumstance. Because of the rectangle shape of this one, it allows a possibility where the ridge is on that property of the home to be back further. Totally, this time of year, you cannot see the other acreage from that parcel of land. I just took some green feed off the rest of the field, and as I went around there, I noted that. And that's, again, instead of doing a square in the corner, which would have taken more farmland, if you map it out, there's about 2.1 acres of clear land, and the rest is actually lowland and forest. And again, I'm just reiterating that that's why we picked that location. And I get Mr. Northcott's concerns, but it's, you know, as far as good farmland goes, I don't understand why he put a development there and says I can't put one on my side when I am the title owner, and I would never object to anything that any one of my neighbors wanted to do as long as it was in policy and procedure. And again, I go back to why neighbors have to not get along. Jordan's dad will be the first guy to tell you that within the first year, I finished haying and rain was coming, he was bailing. I drove down the road and said, you need a hand to finish up because it's gonna rain. He said, he declined, said the hay wasn't ready anyways, blah, blah, blah. But I was the first guy, new to the area, not knowing anybody. But that's just the way I was raised. If you treat your neighbors well and you need a hand ever, then they'll be there for you. And it served me well this far. So that's my reasons. That's all I have.
All right, thank you so much. All right, so the motion on the floor for second reading, made by Councillor Ratcliffe. I am looking for any other comments. If not, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And the motion's carried for second reading. Looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Lougheed, thank you. Any further discussion on third reading? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. This one was a huge struggle for me because I am absolutely a property rights person. You should have the ability to do on your property, but your neighbors need to have the ability to operate their property for them, and have nothing impact them as well, which is almost impossible to achieve. So at the end of the day, for me, I'm going back to protection of agriculture because those two are very difficult. The property rights pieces are difficult to achieve on this one, and you're using up less agricultural land where you proposed it here than if we were to move it down and put it within the higher classification of agriculture. So I'll be supporting it on that ground simply because the property rights are balancing each other out on both sides. So I'll be supporting it for that reason.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on the third reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of third reading? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much. You bet.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Have a great day.
Appreciate it.
I will ask if someone could bring back Councillor Northcott and we can continue with 6.3. And 6.3 is consideration of second and third readings of bylaw 1201/24. Just give another minute for Councillor Northcott to return. So 6.3, I believe I turn it over to Mr. Conley.
Thank you, Reeve. The purpose of Bylaw 1201/24 is to amend Clearwater County's Land Use Bylaw 714/01 to redesignate 10.98 acres known as Plan 232-1275, Block 3, Lot 1, from the Light Industrial District to the Agriculture District. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda item for the public hearing for further details. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, administration requests that council consider granting second and third readings to Bylaw 1201/24 for application 16/24. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so any discussion on the agenda item? If not, looking for a motion for second reading. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I will make the motion for second reading. This one's really difficult because also going by number of titles, et cetera, it should probably have an outline plan as well. However, going back to agriculture makes the most sense for this particular parcel, and particularly with the limits for fire and Alberta transportation limits, light industrial isn't possible to achieve, or at least development on this light industrial parcel is not achievable. Therefore, I will make the motion for second reading.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions in regards to second reading? Go ahead, Councillor
I will
Lougheed.
be supporting the motion. One of the prime principles of the MDP was to support or preserve agricultural land. What better way to preserve land than create it? So we're creating agricultural land from industrials. Follows policy.
You bet. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Will also be supporting second reading. To me, this is more of a housekeeping issue than anything. That parcel isn't really suited for light industrial. It's just the logical process of restoring it back to agriculture.
Thank you. I know I drove by it the other day, and they've, the landowner has cleaned it up to the point where it's almost unrecognizable from its prior life. So good on them. So I will be supporting second reading as well. All right. Is there any other comments, questions in regards to second reading? Councillor Northcott.
So, I have a couple thoughts on this. If this parcel, so this is the fifth title, is that correct? Fifth title on this quarter?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is it 5? So, why is this parcel not put back into the quarter and then reapplied for subdivision as the fifth title then, rather than like it was rezoned and now it just gets to go to a residential parcel? But if it was put back into the quarter and then applied for subdivision, would it be approved then? Because it would be, so through rezoning of land, it's creating another additional acreage, which wouldn't normally be approved if it was applied for just as a CR parcel or CRA. So, does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. CEO Emmons?
Thank you, and thank you for the question, Councillor Northcott. As this subdivision's already been created, Clearwater County has no authority to take that action. That would have to be spearheaded by the landowner. It's already created. The most a municipality could do is deal with the existing parcel and designate the land use, which would be the zoning being applied for.
So which is what we are doing for second and third reading, is just changing the use of that particular parcel, correct? All right. Any other questions, comments on second reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of second reading? Those opposed? Motion's carried. Looking for a motion for third reading? Councillor Cermak?
I'll make that motion for third reading.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Any other comments, questions on third reading? Councillor Northcott?
Well, we might be going with the process that is currently in place. However, I believe it's a poor process, so I won't support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I would also prefer that this was reincorporated into the quarter, but that is not up to us, that's up to the landowner. So I will support third reading.
Okay, thank you. See no further lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor of third reading? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you. So with that, we are now going to take our lunch break and return in about 12:45. And welcome back from our lunch break. We have for the council meeting of August 27th. We are going to go to item 6.6 in our agenda in regards to the first reading for bylaw 1203/24 for a road closure for a portion of road within a subdivision. I'll turn that over to Mr. Clark.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you. Application before you, we received application to close an undeveloped portion of road within subdivision plan 7922256. That's within Northeast 1638-7 west of the 5th, adjacent to plan 7922256, block 1, lot 11. The road lies within Everdale Estate subdivision and is known as Everdale Drive. At the time of subdivision, Everdale Estate was contained within Northeast 1638-7 west of the 5th, an internal subdivision road named Nelson Road and later renamed Everdale Drive provided access to 24 residential lots. Everdale Drive ended as a cul-de-sac intersecting lots 11, 12, and 13. Everdale Estates later was expanded into Northwest 1638-7 west of the 5th to accommodate additional lots. This allowed for the extension of Everdale Drive, relocating the cul-de-sac to intersect the new lots. The applicant, Rob Dahl, is requesting that the undeveloped portion of Everdale Estate located adjacent to his property be closed and consolidated within his property. Should this be approved, approximately 0.314 acres of road within subdivision plan 7922256 would be consolidated within plan 7922256, block 1, lot 11. In order to close a portion of road within a subdivision plan, Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridor would require a bylaw process to be followed. If the bylaw receives first reading, referrals would be sent to the applicable agencies, utility companies, and adjacent landowners. A public hearing would be scheduled, after which all information will be sent to the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors for ministerial approval. If the minister grants approval to the road closure, then the bylaw would be presented back to council for second and third readings. Should this happen, the sale, consolidation, and transfer documents will be prepared for final processing with the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, looking for comments, questions, or the recommendation of a motion. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. What are the unintended consequences of removing this road allowance?
Based on what I've seen, can't foresee any unintended consequences occurring.
Supplementary?
Yes.
Do you have?
Is there an opportunity then for this, once it is put back into the rest of the parcel, for it to be subdivided further, now having made it is it 0.31 you said?
Yeah, 0.3.
Larger.
No, being that it's at this size with that boundary adjustment, I can't foresee it ever being approved for another subdivision at this point.
Okay,
Yes.
one more. Rather than having two accesses, would then it be changed to only one access onto that property so that it would then lighten the access burden onto the Everdale Road? Or Everdale Drive, rather?
Well, the applicant recently purchased the property, and upon purchase, that was the existing access. So I think the applicant would be open to changing it.
It'll be just the one access. If you look on the picture there, it'll be the one to your right.
Okay.
The one on the left there, my intentions would be to basically topsoil that over and grass it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. With that, I will make the motion for first reading.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. Yeah, that was one of my questions in regards to having the both accesses, you know, which one would stay and which one would go. So thank you for the clarification. Is there any other further comments or questions in regards to first reading of this bylaw 1203/24? All right, seeing no further comments or questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at the public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So with that, we're going to go back to item 6.5, which is the revised land use bylaw rewrite communication and education plan and schedule, and first reading for bylaw 1205/24. And I will look to Ms. Gillum for this particular motion, please, or this item, please.
Oh, thanks, Tracy. Sorry, bear with me. I have this cough, so I'm going to try really hard not to start hacking. Okay. Because sometimes it gets the best of me. So, okay, so there's a number of items on this agenda item today. So, staff, there's a variety of recommendations. The first being that council adopts the Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw Rewrite Project Communication and Engagement Plan and Schedule as amended. That council consider granting first reading, second reading, consideration of third reading to bylaw 1205/24, Land Use Bylaw Rewrite Committee's bylaw, with updated Schedule A terms of reference for the steering committee and Schedule B for the terms of reference for the public advisory committee, as well as the council appoints Caroline Councillor Barbara Gibson to the Land Use Bylaw Council Steering Committee and the Land Use Bylaw Public Advisory Committee for a term effective from today until the interim council meeting in January. So background, following the Land Use Bylaw Council Steering Committee's feedback at their July 18th meeting, administration is proposing to change the Land Use Bylaw rewrite communication engagement plan and schedule approved by Clearwater County Council at their August 22nd, 2023 regular council meeting. Based on the understanding that amalgamation with the Village of Caroline is likely to proceed January 1st, 2025, the steering committee and administration would like to include the Caroline Land Use Bylaw into the Land Use Bylaw rewrite process now and add Caroline Councillor to the Land Use Bylaw committee to provide feedback into the overall Land Use Bylaw rewrite and for process efficiencies, essentially. So administration is proposing amendments to both the steering committee and public advisory committee terms of reference, which were originally approved by Bylaw 116723 on September 12th, 2023. Amendments are made to acknowledge the consideration of the Caroline Land Use Bylaw and the addition of the Caroline Councillor who has been identified on the interim council. This is to be proactive and incorporate consideration for the Caroline Land Use Bylaw into the Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw, which would be a requirement in 2025 if they were to amalgamate. So administration is requesting that council approve the updated schedule and communications and engagement plan, as well as adopt bylaw 1205/24 with the updated terms of reference for both committees. And then there's a number of attachments to this item. So the first being updated communications and engagement plan with updated references to schedule, the scheduled breakdown for the project updated to reflect the change in timeline, the current land use bylaw rewrite committee's bylaw, the new draft bylaw with the updated schedules A and B, and then obviously the schedules A and B, and with the amendments shown in red. So yeah, that's a lot.
It is.
Let me know if you have any questions about the amendments or proposed changes, and I will be happy to go through anything.
Thank you. Quick question then, right off the hop. I know somebody had asked me why was the village councillor, Ms. Gibson, chosen for this, and I believe I know the answer, but I just would like to publicly.
Yeah, we basically felt that it made sense to choose the councillor that council had already selected, or like that they had decided to be on the interim council. Right. So we just thought we would carry over, given that she would be the likely councillor or participant come January 1st, to carry over consistency, again, if the amalgamation proceeds. Just with the committees having, especially with the Public Advisory Committee, having consistent councillors on that committee for the people that attend, so they know what to expect and who to expect, and so we just thought it would make sense that way.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yep.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. And first off, thank you very much for bringing this forward. We had discussed it at one of our steering committees, and I really appreciate you guys bringing it forward and making the suggested changes. The one other thing that I think could be important to add, do we need to have a member at large from the Village of Caroline on the PAC committee then, considering all the current members at large are from Clearwater County, and this will now encompass potentially the newly amalgamated hamlet? Should we be looking at considering posting a PAC appointment for the eventual hamlet of Caroline, or are we making far too many assumptions without the minister actually giving us a green light yet?
And yeah, I suppose that could be something that council could discuss, given at this point that Barb would be a resident as well as a councillor, but she's not a councillor yet of Caroline or of Clearwater County, or the combined. She would be a resident that would be putting in input at this point, kind of, and then also the variety of members on the committee range from different backgrounds as well, for like industry and things like that. So I would hope that the variety that we have on the committee would consider integrating the things in Caroline, and what would be a challenge there. It would be similar to a hamlet, and whether their bylaw would tie into our existing bylaw, or if we have to actually bring some of their districts into our land use bylaw, because nothing can be transferred over or exactly matched together. That may pose a challenge there. So yeah, I guess it's really up to council, but it may be covered by having that councillor on that committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Cermak?
I have a real problem with this. Why does Caroline get 3 representations on this council in the LEB? I represent Area 6, Jordan represents Area 4. That divides Caroline in half already. The rest of the hamlets in the county don't have any say. This is our LUB, the counties, not Caroline. They're their own municipality, yeah.
Yes, and we were just trying to be proactive, given that this council and that council has agreed to the amalgamation essentially. So if the minister proceeds, we have to incorporate our land use bylaws, like come January, we have independent bylaws that we have to work with, but we have to bring them together. So we're trying to save time versus redoing our bylaw now and then trying to bring their bylaw in later, because we can't just throw their bylaw away and say it doesn't matter. Like, we have to make sure that we're addressing things in their bylaw that make sense in our bylaw. And so we're trying to do that now. And then obviously Caroline at this point in time is still independent, and one of their councillors is going to be more familiar with their existing land use bylaw and their existing uses specifically within the village, because it is an independent municipality at this time. And so they may help us, tie it in. Like, if we suggest something, say, can we move this district and combine it with this one? And they might have concerns with that for a particular reason, because they know how that district functions. And me personally, I haven't looked at the Village of Caroline bylaw in great detail recently, so I'm not super familiar with it, whereas that person may be more familiar with it, given that they live within the village and would use it more commonly, given that they are a councillor there.
Okay, so who helped them write their LUB? Caroline?
I believe it was
it not the county at Clearwater?
I believe it was Parkland Community Planning Services at the time,
So
out of Red
maybe
Deer.
they're the ones that should be on the committee,
CO Emmons?
if they're the ones that wrote it.
Can you offer some
Thank you.
lights
I
on?
just wouldn't mind trying to assist Councillor Cermak. Absolutely, Councillor Cermak. I guess history, the Village of Caroline adopted and amended some of our land use bylaws, and they also worked in conjunction with Red Deer Regional and subsequently PCPS. Just want to be clear, this is council's authority, who you appoint, who you want to appoint. Administration was following direction from the steering committee bringing this forward. But if council deems otherwise, that is, we are only waiting for direction from council. This is absolutely your authority to decide.
I do a follow-up.
Yes.
So if we bring on another person, does this delay this so that this LUB is going to be a political issue on the next election? I would not like to see that. Why are we canceling LUB meetings that the committee wanted to go ahead on and we canceled them? Or somebody canceled them?
Respectfully, it is time. With this proposal, the terms of reference have to be amended, the bylaw has to be amended. There is administrative duties that come with it to accommodate council's wishes. So it did cancel a meeting so that administratively we could catch up on those demands.
Okay.
If that helps.
Ms. Gillum?
Yeah, also, we've been working in the background still on the districts and stuff like that. So we'll just we swap some stuff around and we'll have more to bring to the committees at our next meeting. And based on the schedule, it only changed the overall schedule or delayed the decision by approximately a month is what we've accounted for. So it'll still be within enough time early next year, hopefully, barring council's decisions, that it'll be still enough time, hopefully, before the election stuff begins to be an issue. And again, if the amalgamation happens January 1st, it would be a requirement of that interim council anyways. And so we're just trying to save time, because if we prepare everything and then have to incorporate it later, it's going to take us more time and more money as well.
Well, I hate spending more money, but I sure would like to keep it as streamlined as we could. Because as I read this, we're giving Caroline more priority than any of our other hamlets. And I don't think that's fair. I think all hamlets, because they are going to be a hamlet if they're approved, if we get our amalgamation. And I think all hamlets have to be treated the same.
Thank you. Mr. Emmons?
Perhaps to help, if I may, Councillor Cermak, this is for an interim. So it's providing representation to Caroline, you're absolutely right, to Caroline that other hamlets in Clearwater County don't have at this time. When we get through the interim, is when the new Clearwater County council, permanent, not interim, will be here and more equitable representation would come because a proper election representing the new municipality and a representative could be from the hamlet of Caroline or it could be from live in, sorry, not from, you know, but be part of Division 4 or 6 and that's when the more equitable representation would happen. This is a phase of the interim, providing Caroline representation, if that helps.
Certainly does. And I agree, if it speeds up the process. And I say go for it. If it slows it down, let's not, because we can't afford to have this as an issue. There's enough other issues. We don't need this one to be a big issue when you're trying to elect new people on this council.
For sure. Thank you.
I guess I will get off my soapbox now.
Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Cermak, I may be dragging you back onto your soapbox, but with me, I think this actually does speed things up, because otherwise we kind of have to wait until we have the interim council, because it wouldn't be appropriate for us to start integrating Caroline's current land use bylaw into our land use bylaw until the interim without this in place. I think we'd be putting the cart before the horse, whereas I think this, including the interim councillor, who, if the minister agrees with us, would be Deputy Mayor Gibson, they can kind of hit the ground running and work with us now rather than waiting until January and then pick up again or have to rewrite sections of the land use bylaw we've already written in order to incorporate the Village of Caroline. So I see this as more efficient, better use of the taxpayers' dollars, and speeds the process up instead of having to wait. But that's my perspective. happy to hear other people's perspective, but that's my thought.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Yeah, my perspective is similar, that this is an efficient way to align the land use bylaws of Caroline with the rest of our hamlets so that there is equality moving forward, so that makes sense. I would like to ask the members of the committee if the 5 planned meetings are enough, you know, based on the progress so far, if you feel that's enough.
Go ahead, Councillor Gray.
I think it will depend what's presented at those meetings. The committee definitely wants to really dive into things, and I think that the way that it's planned to be presented, it should be okay. But if it's not, we can always come back and add more meetings. I'm sure that's something we could do, and we have very productive meetings, so it'll be, I think once the information's coming forward, if it's enough information to fit into those 5 meetings, it will be good, but we can always come and change it if we have to, I'm sure.
Thank you, Councillor Graham, and for that perspective on the productivity as well.
Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. Because of how robust conversations the PAC wants, rather than having to come back and ask, because we would have to do this first reading, second reading, third reading in order to get more meetings, right? In the event that they were required, would we have to go back and do all 3 readings, or could we put a clause in there not requiring it to go to all 3 readings in order to change it? If we do need more?
Ms. Gillum?
I don't think so, because the terms of reference speaks to like the people on the committee and like the overall term, but not the specific number of meetings. And the schedule just says, you know, like mentions times, but it says kind of like approximately, like based on different things. So I don't think that it restricts the number of meetings it have. It's just suggested dates and possibly number of meetings, and that portion of it isn't part of the bylaw. It's just something like, you know, the public engagement plan, you've generally agreeing to the schedule and the process, but I don't think it restricts us from the number of meetings that we can have, and that's not part of the bylaw, so it wouldn't be like a first, second, third reading bylaw thing either.
Okay.
I think it kind of leaves it open, just, you know, based around people's schedules and things like that, and the amount of information we bring forward, we could just propose more meetings. It was just an approximate number of meetings through the process that we thought we might need. But I'm positive.
Subsequent to that, I just came to that section in the committee meetings / process. Says there will be 5 planned meetings scheduled during the process with additional as required. So that gives us kind of some of that wiggle room then in the event that the committee steering and or PAC needed more meetings, right?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent, thanks.
All right, so with that, we have a staff recommendation, number 1, that council adopts the Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw, rewrite project communication engagement plan and schedule as amended. I would need a motion for that. Councillor Ratcliffe, thank you for making that motion. Any comments or questions on that particular motion? No, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion's carried. All right, moving on to staff recommendation number 2 is that council consider granting first reading. There's multiple in there. So there's first reading, second reading, whatever. We'll do individual motions for each one. So go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Make the motion to grant first reading to Bylaw 1205/24.
Thank you. Any questions, comments on that motion? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Has Deputy Mayor Gibson agreed to these terms as well? Okay, just want to make sure that we're not putting in bylaw that she will do something and then has not. Surprise.
Yes, we did contact them, and she just wanted clarification about her responsibilities on the committees until January, and Tracy did clarify that for her, so she is willing to participate and knows where things are.
Excellent. I figured I would double check.
Yes, we thought it best to actually make sure she wants to be on the committee prior to just putting her on the committee, but yes.
Right,
we did.
Thank you for clearing that up, because that was I should have asked that when we first were talking about it, but I figured it was a good time to ask.
All right, so motion on the floor for first reading. Any other lights? Not seeing none. I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Moving on to second reading. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. Any comments, questions on that? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, sorry, just actually a question for Councillor Cermak. If the interim council is in place, Ms. Gibson would be sitting here with us as a council of 8 that would be making these decisions going forward. This is just putting her in there a little bit sooner. Do you have an opposition to her sitting at this table come January 1st? I'm just trying to understand. No? Okay.
But I do that because we're giving Caroline preference. And I don't think that should happen. I think if you want to bring somebody in that knows all of the Caroline's LUB intimately.
I don't know if that person exists anymore, because and
I
I could be
somebody
wrong,
had
I don't think the Red Deer Planning Commission are not Parkland Planning, thank you. I don't even think Parkland Planning even exists now, the person that wrote that. I believe he's actually a planner for the county of Stettler, but I could be absolutely wrong on that. But that's just my perspective. I don't think that would even be possible.
I totally understand where you're coming from, Councillor Cermak, in regards to privileges and understanding that. But Caroline isn't a hamlet per se. It is a municipality coming into our fold. So they maybe, and they do understand we do understand the nature of what we're doing, in my opinion, is to help speed up that process so that it does not become an election issue. Because if we don't bring this into the fold now, we'll be starting at it could be 3 months longer, and then it would be in the new year, and that would really become an election issue. So I see it as better to have someone who's sitting at that municipal table, sitting on the PAC, the PAC committee, and because it still is a balanced committee at that point in time. We're not tipping, I don't see the tipping of favoritism towards Caroline, regardless of, I know your jurisdiction is 6 and Councillor Northcott is 4, but it's, we're all bringing a different perspective to that as well. So respecting your decision, we'll move on with that. So we have, Councillor Lougheed has made the motion for second reading. I am looking for, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yes, thank you. I just have a question that came up. So Councillor Gibson would be appointed to the PAC side of this, as well as when she comes in as a councillor on the council side. Okay, thank you.
All right. So if there's no further comments, I will call the question. All those in favor of second reading? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. That's fine. Looking for permission for third, or consideration of third reading. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
I would make the motion to consider third reading.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I would just like to clarify that I think that you have chosen the right person, Barbara Gibson. I have drove with her on many occasions, been at many meetings with her. If she puts her soul and heart into this, she will do the best that she can for the county and for Caroline. I'm not objecting to her. I'm just objecting that we're given special privilege to an outside municipality. And I can see your reasonings. I just don't like the feeling in my mouth. And I know that she'll do an excellent job. I know that. She'll even study before she gets on the meeting to make sure she knows the LUB there. she's that type of person, so, because I've been on boards with her before. So I don't want it that I'm against Barb.
And
Okay.
thank you for the clarification on that. So, all right, do you have a, nope, okay, Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Excellent, thank you, Reeve. I do have a question. If for some reason the minister says, nope, you guys are, I don't agree with the negotiated terms and comes up with something different than what we have negotiated with the village, are these changes rescindable? Very similar to process where we've rescinded or changed bylaws in the past. I just want to make sure that should we get thrown a curveball from the province, that never ever happens, that we will be in a position that we can change it again. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Christine, head nods. That's great. All right, so we have motion on the floor for permission, consideration of third. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Yes. Yes. Thank you. Awesome. That's carried. Now motion for third reading for the bylaw. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would make the motion for third reading. Again, I think that this helps speed up the process and actually removes duplication. Rather than having to do things twice, we can get her involved right now rather than in January. So I would make the motion for third.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions on third reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, third. And that motion's carried. Thank you. All right, so we do have one more motion to, or staff recommendation is that council appoints Caroline Councillor Barbara Gibson to the Land Use Bylaw Council Steering Committee and the Land Use Bylaw Public Advisory Committee for a term effective August 27th, 2024 to the interim council's organization meeting of January 7th, 2025. Motion for that.
I'm pleased to make that motion.
All right, thank you, Councillor Lougheed.
With just one amendment, sorry.
Yeah, go
Reeve. She's the deputy mayor, not councillor. I don't know if that's relevant, but I just, does that need to be reflected or are we good? No, okay.
There is the chief elected official, which is the mayor. Everyone else is considered a councillor, and the deputy mayor is just a title to indicate in the event that the mayor cannot fulfill their duties, the deputy mayor steps in.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because sometimes depending on the municipality, that absolutely plays a role.
Okay, motion on the floor for third reading. Any other comments or questions? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. The motion is to appoint Councillor Barbara Gibson. Any other comments, questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Right. So moving along in our agenda to item 8, which is new business. We have item 8.2.1, which is the recovery of taxes, and I will turn it over to Ms. Serhan.
Excuse me, thank you. I was all ready at one point and then I got busy on an item. Okay, so as you're aware, the recovery of taxes has a very specific process, and it takes up to 3 years to have a property eligible for sale. For the last few years, I do believe we have had properties eligible for sale where it's come to council to set reserve bids for the properties. Fortunately, we haven't, they have until the day of the sale or even like right up to the minute before the property sells to pay that arrears and have the sale not go forward. So this is just one of the steps that has to happen in order for the sale to happen on that November 1st deadline or sale date. But that does not necessarily mean that these properties will be up for sale at that date if the property owners pay their arrears before that auction date. So we have 3 properties, and in the recommendation, it's asking for reserve bids to be placed on those 3 properties. 3 properties, one of them has a static market value from the appraisal. The other 2 are ranges. So council could choose in those ranges for what they wanted the reserve bids to be on those 3 properties. Also in this item, it sets the terms and conditions that apply to the sale of the property. So the first condition would be that it would be cash or certified check, bank draft, or e-transfer for the deposit, and a deposit of 10% of bid at the time of sale, and the balance of the payment to be made within 30 days. And the third recommendation is that council add the costs associated with tax recovery related to the parcels to the tax rolls as per the Municipal Government Act, Section 553, Section 1F, for the cost of the independent appraisals for the properties that were appraised. All right. Any questions about the process or the recommendations?
Counselor Cermak?
Now, if they come forward and wish to pay their tax roll, do we add number 3 to that cost?
Yes, so the number 3 would be added
To the tax roll?
to the tax roll next week because the appraisals have already been completed and paid for by the county. So if council goes with the recommendation that those costs be associated with the tax roll, those costs will be added next week.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Mr. Hunt? Go ahead, Counselor Lougheed.
Thank you. Are there additional costs related to an unsuccessful bid, something that doesn't meet the reserve? Is that added to the cost if it went to auction?
I'll have to review the agreement with the auctioneer. It's my understanding that I'm not 100% sure how those fees are being determined. So I will look into that. And in the case that there are costs, we could, as long as it says associated with the tax recovery related to the parcels, for the cost of the independent appraisal and any other associated costs would cover that.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm a little bit confused as to the beginning bid and to the, like, where there's 2 there. I wasn't aware you could set 2 different reserves for one thing, because a reserve bid is, this is what it has to be minimum. Is the next one, then this is what it, as much as it can go in general, like this is now as high as it can go? Like I don't understand why there's 2 different numbers.
You mean the range on this?
Yeah, so there's 2, the roll, the second and third rolls have ranges.
Correct.
I don't understand
So
why.
that's just how the appraisal came back. So it would be up to council to choose where in that range they wanted to set the reserve bid. They absolutely have to set one number.
Oh, okay.
And
So we have to pick a number
you
between
have to,
that and that?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we know, because none of the appraisals or anything are listed here, how do we know which to set and how much the legal fees and the appraisal cost and everything in order to make sure that we recover everything required? How do we know which one to pick?
So
'Cause none of it's here.
Yeah, the minimum in the range would cover everything because the municipality takes their fees first, and then the rest is distributed to the property owner. So it's not like Clearwater County would receive all of the revenue generated. So it would just be up to council whether they wanted to go, I guess either the lower range would have a better chance of selling, but the higher range would ensure that the property owner is getting the maximum amount on the appraisal. So that will be council's decision as to whether they wanted to set the reserve bid at the minimum range or at the maximum range. And honestly, there's not much, it's not like it's a huge range, it's $10,000 on each of the properties, so it's not a huge, what I'll call, not a huge decision for council. It'd be just whichever bid they wanted to go with. No matter which number council went with, the fees would be covered.
Thank you, I appreciate that, but I also wanna say this sucks.
Yeah.
I don't think that, since I've been sitting in this chair, that we've had to do this yet. This sucks.
Yeah, it's a tough item for sure. That being said, reserve bids have been set, and then come auction time, there's none of them are sold because something happens that they are able to pay. So, no matter what happens here today, if those taxes are paid before the November 1st sale date, they will be taken off the sale list.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Should we be dealing with this in closed session?
No. That's why there's only a roll number associated with the property.
Okay.
All right. So with that, and I will reiterate what Mr. Hannah said, and that is in the past, these items have come before council, but I mean, they have been resolved before that opportunity does get to a sale. So it's unfortunate. We don't know the circumstances behind what sometimes these are behind. And at the end of the day, they can be balanced out. So, all right. So with that, go ahead, Councillor Lloyd.
So clarify if I can that none of these amounts are less than the taxes owing on these
Correct.
properties, I hope?
Correct. This is more.
This is a small portion, or the
The taxes
taxes
would-
owing and any fees associated and the fees that may be accumulating as we speak are less than these numbers.
Correct. These numbers have to be, that's why it's, independent appraisal is done for these properties, is because the reserve bids have to be set at market value. So it's not like you can say, just sell it for the amount that taxes are owed. The property has to sell at market value.
I just wanted to assure the public that nobody's trying to snatch their property away from
No.
them. They would be compensated for the value of that land, even if they were unable to meet their commitments to the tax roll. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sturman.
So when we set this, what kind of bid, a reserve bid? And on a normal auction, if there's a reserve bid and they don't get it, then it's not sold.
Correct.
Is that same working here?
Yes.
And then all those costs are added to the tax roll? And then we repeat this?
No, actually, the MGA states that they cannot go for auction. So what happens is, there's a waiting period, and then, which is many years, and then the municipality has the authority to take title. But that's never happened in the years I've worked here. I'm sure in the years that Mr. Emmons has worked here, that's never happened. But that's just what becomes available to the municipality to collect those fees. But you can't bring that property back for sale again a second year.
Okay. Yeah, because I've been in reserve bids and then it's just not sold and then it goes back home with the purchaser. Here, we need money back, so. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So we have a staff recommendation. Go ahead, Councillor Grant.
I was gonna make a motion.
You bet.
I would concur, this is extremely unpleasant and it does suck, but I would make the motion that council set reserve bids for the following tax rolls in in my experience, I set it for the minimum amount of money that I want, so I'm gonna go with the minimum, the first numbers there for the range tax rolls, and then obviously there's only one number for the first one, so as per the numbers listed here, using the minimum range numbers,
Thank you.
I guess that's my whole motion.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead. No, okay. So that will be the first motion. So as Councillor Graham has said, any questions on those reserve bids? Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Could we do a friendly one and split the difference?
Over the middle?
Yeah, 5,000 more. So that the purchaser has to come up with a little extra more money for if the person can't get the money to do the tax roll. That $5,000 could make a big difference to the person that is losing his land to a tax roll.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, as noted by the minutes, that those reserve bids have for 1A and for 1B and 1C, that they would be at those numbers. All right.
I'm just going to read up. So the
Yes.
first roll would be at 790,000.
Yes.
The second roll at 540,000, and the third roll at 770,000.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. All right. Second motion. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
That council sets the following terms and conditions that apply to the sale of each property: cash or certified check, bank draft, or e-transfer. B, deposit of 10% of bid at time of sale. C, balance of payment to be paid within 30 days.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you. And we have a third motion. Councillor Cermak.
I'll make the third one.
Thank you.
The costs associated with tax recovery related to the parcels to the tax roll as per MGA section 553-1-F for the cost of the independent appraisal.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
And could we add any additional costs associated with the sale of those properties, please?
Yeah.
Yes.
Friendly amendment accepted.
You bet. Yeah.
Thank you.
And any added costs.
Okay. All right. No more further discussion. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. So moving on in our agenda, we're going down to 8.6, which is the Office of the CAO. And we have item in regards to the 2022 to the 2026 strategic plan review. And I will turn that over to Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. So as stated, this agenda is regarding the 2022 to 25 strategic planning review. The staff recommendation for council today that council retains Kelly Root. It's logical strategic planning services to facilitate a one-day educational workshop for council on strategic planning and priority-based budgeting. During the annual CAO performance review, it was recommended that for the 2024 and 5 CAO development plan, council set time aside for a workshop and review the 22 to 26 strategic plan progress and develop a formal execution plan with target dates. This should include financial options and information is available for each of the priorities. So to assist council in this review, administration reached out to Kelly Rudick from its logical strategic planning services to inquire on availability for facilitating an educational workshop on strategic planning. Mr. Rudick specializes in strategic planning. He's knowledgeable on how to balance council's priorities and efficient resource management. He's worked with several rural and urban municipalities, don't hold that against him, and comes highly recommended for educating councils on priority-based budgeting. Cost for a one-day session is approximately $2,400, including travel. Funds are already available already allocated within budget under council contracted services. Should council wish to move forward on this workshop, administration would proceed with scheduling.
Thank you. Looking for discussion or a motion. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I was going to ask if there was an RFP issued for this, but those funds are so low. I have one concern, that a strategic plan, execution plan, doesn't appear to be included in the objectives of this workshop. Or am I misreading this?
Go ahead, CEO Emmons.
I believe that would be part of the conversation and guidance from Mr. Rudick. It would involve the conversation of this council. You know, the part of the motion set forward was plan, progress, development, and execution plan with target dates. Target dates wouldn't be achievable for a consultant or administration. That's within, really, that's in the hands of council. Council, previous agenda item, adding meetings adds timelines to hold a consultant or administration responsible for adding workload or adding additional meetings. Those target dates are all within council. So some things would be quite difficult for him or administration to manage, but that would be part of the workshop, would be my thought, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Follow up, and then I'll go to Councillor Lougheed.
Okay. Thank you. What's proposed here certainly sounds beneficial. I just want to be certain that we are going to get an execution plan for the strategic plan out of it, or out of another session.
CEO Emmons.
Thank you. At this time, this is a proposal, Councillor Ratcliffe. Administration hasn't met with him. This was a strategy to assist council in strategic planning. We're hoping that it's a useful tool and provides education to actually bring administration and council cohesively together and head us on that exact track. But it's a one-day workshop to see.
Ms. Serhan, perhaps you can offer another.
Sure, I think the other perspective also, in addition to CEO Emmons' thoughts, are that in order to have a formal execution plan with target dates, council has to agree. So if council agrees with and can set a majority on what the priorities are and what dates they want things to happen, absolutely that would be brought forward. But in order to do that, council will have to decide what their priorities are and make decisions that have the dates included in them.
Okay, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeves. I was just wondering if this educational opportunity could be scheduled and completed before this council considers the next budget. Since this is the last budget within this term, I'm just looking at, is it going to benefit this group of people, or should it be best scheduled for the next group of people?
CEO Emmons.
Thank you for the difficult question. That was actually a big part of administration's conversation as well. At the end of the day, if I may offer this, even if his schedule doesn't accommodate prior to this budget, I do believe that setting a path, even for, if we have one new seat, I still call that a new council, because that can change the dynamics. But even setting something forward that a previous council agreed upon, I would call it beneficial for a new council to walk in on. Of course, they could put their stamp to it respectfully, Councillor Lougheed, but to get this council to a majority on priorities, I do believe would help. It would help more prior to budget, but I still believe there's a viable product there.
Thank you for that, and I was just wondering, with that being said, would it be advantageous to invite Councillor Gibson to attend this educational opportunity as well, because she will be making budget decisions perhaps as an interim council and would like to understand the process better? Maybe that would be worthwhile.
That's a great suggestion. I look at this as, you know, we set our strategic plan already back in 2022. So this is a good review of this council, being as how there's, you know, 14 months before the next election. We have some time to relook at those priorities, those objectives that we had set out. And so I look at it as more of a review, and anytime I can get more familiar with the priority-based budgeting, I'm all for that. So regardless of what's happening. So yeah, if wherever that schedule will allow, I would be in favor of having us have that one-day workshop. So looking for a motion or a discussion if we're going to do this or not. So go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. One of my questions was actually going to be about if an RFP was required as well. However, the cost of an RFP would actually overrun the cost of appointing an individual. So, and I agree as well that hopefully we can have this accomplished before we have to make a budgetary, more budgetary decisions. If we're going to work towards priority-based budgeting, it would make sense that we would do it before we set a budget. So that would be great if we can accomplish that. And I would make the motion, the council retains Kelly Rudick, is that Rudick? Of its Logical Strategic Planning Service to facilitate a one-day educational workshop for council on strategic planning and priority-based budgeting.
Thank you. Any comments on the motion? Seeing none? Okay. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And the motion's carried. Thank you. All right, we come to the report section. Just looking at council, do we want a quick 10-minute break before we go into reports? Okay, we'll have a 10-minute break, come back at 2 o'clock. 9-minute break. And welcome back to after our break. So we just finished item 8.6.1, and we have an additional motion to that agenda item, and I'll go to Councillor Lougheed, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I would wish to make a motion to extend the invitation to attend that strategic planning session to Councillor Gibson.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other discussion on that motion? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you for that motion, Councillor Lougheed. All right, moving on to the report section. We will start with 9.1, the CEO report. Go ahead, CEO Ammons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson and Council. The August 27th, 2024 report, CEO report, Nordig Days. The Nordig Community Association is hosting Nordig Days from August 31st to September 2nd. Just a plug there, they always do an amazing job, good time. Some of the festivities include a pie eating contest, show and shine, music, beer garden, mine tours, among others. More information on the event can be found on their website. Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services Firefighter Advancement. The CRFRS is celebrating the following individuals on their successful certification as NFPA 1001 Level 1 Firefighters. Jarrett Ford, Station 10, which is Lesaville. Wyatt Dillman, Station 20, which is Condor. Katlina Kreiderman, Station 30, which is Caroline. Ryan Leeden, Station 50, which is Nordig, and Amy Gray from Station 60, which is Rocky Mountain House. I'd like to extend our congratulations to all those individuals and appreciate their dedication to the community. Clearwater County, Mountain View County Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework. Clearwater County and Mountain View County Administration is scheduling an ICF committee meeting for either September or October, depending on member availability. As per the ICF agreement between the two municipalities, which is Bylaw 1085/20, the committee is to meet at least once every 4 years to review the terms and conditions of the agreement. Clearwater County Administration is also in the process of scheduling committee meetings with other adjoining municipalities over the next several months to review the terms and conditions of the prospective ICF agreements. It's anticipated that meetings will conclude by the end of this year. The Association, the Association of Summer Villages of Alberta 66th Annual Conference and AGM. Registration is now open for the ASVA 66th Annual Conference held on October 17th and 18th in Sherwood Park. The conference will focus on navigating challenges together with keynote speakers, engagement sessions, and networking opportunities. The registration deadline is September 30th. Alberta Utilities Commission, AUC, Pace Solar Plant in Caroline. The Alberta Utilities Commission will hold a hearing on November 18th, 2024 to review Pace Canada LP application for a solar power plant in the village of Caroline. Clearwater County is registered as a participant for the purpose of being informed on the proposed project. An AUC hearing typically takes 2 to 5 days, and AUC must render a decision on whether the project proceeds within 90 days after the hearing closes. The action tracking, signage, Lesaville Recreation Area, signs have been.
There's a question in regards to that. No?
I've used up my question cards for the day.
There you go. Deputy Reeve Mello.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. With regards to the AUC's solar installation hearing, how will a municipality in transition, which the Clearwater County and the Village of Caroline are in many ways in transition, how does that affect a hearing like this?
Poorly.
Okay. So we will inherit.
Yes. Hypothetically,
this decision.
if I may, Deputy Reeve, tracking this application, I don't believe it's going to come to a decision prior to. So I do believe there's a high probability that it'll land on the new municipality to actually render the decision. So wherever it's at in the process will be taken over because the process is legislated by the new municipality. That's what I'm envisioning. That is hypothetical because it will depend on how they proceed, what timeframes they make, and where they're at in the process.
Follow-up, Reeve?
Yes, go ahead.
Prior to AUC hearings, doesn't the land already have to be zoned appropriately? Therefore, that decision would have already been made. I thought they had to have, I thought the most of these hearings look at a willing landowner, a willing municipality. Like, I thought those were some of the things they consider. So wouldn't the municipality in question at this point, the Village of Caroline, already have put in their decision or their opinions on it? Or did I misunderstand the process?
I would hesitate to say what another municipality would do. If there was stringent timelines on behalf of the applicant, where this municipality was being requested to deal with an application prior to, it would come through the decision-making body as a condition of. So really the permit would be null and void without the redesignation. Cleanliness-wise, housekeeping-wise, the redesignation would make preferred.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I just know that once a newly formed municipality, I know our residents have a lot of opinions on this. So if, it'd be nice to have the opportunity to then represent their opinions on it if they are now part of the newly formed municipality.
Go ahead, Ms. Haight.
Thank you. If I may just add to Mr. Emmons' information, at this point, part of PACE's application, all that's been submitted is a letter of support from the current Village of Caroline. Once AUC finishes with the hearing and renders their decision, approximate timeline for that is February of 2025. At that point then, PACE would be obligated to go through the permitting process, land use amendment if a rezoning is required. And at that time then, all of the planning processes takes place for the municipality that they are applying to. So that means that there will be, if there's a land use amendment required, that means that there will be a public hearing. Another tie-in is, at this point, with Clearwater County looking at Village of Caroline's land use bylaw to prepare for amalgamation, they will be considering probably solar projects. The steering committee, the public advisory committee will then offer their opinions so that there could be something in the new municipality's land use bylaw for solar projects. But again, like Mr. Emmons says, PACE will still have to go through all of the proper permitting and rezoning applications that would be required. AUC is just determining the project itself, not necessarily the location or, like they do consider that, but it's also subject to the municipality's permitting and approval processes.
Okay, follow up?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead, Deputy Reeve. Oh, sorry.
No worries, thank you, Eve. No, I appreciate that. I just, I worry that if it's already gone through the AUC hearing process, then then the municipal land use planning considerations become a rubber stamp rather than an actual robust conversation about the land use if they already have an approved application. So, which has happened in many other communities. So that was one of my concerns. I didn't want the newly formed municipality to be subject to a rubber stamp requirement because there's already an approved project through the AUC. So that was just some of my concerns.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed, your light's on this.
Thank you,
Yep.
and I know Councillor Ratcliffe
sorry.
had a light on too, I'm not. Okay, thank you. Just one brief question, I know, always trying to anticipate community questions. It says here, or it says in this item that, this hearing typically takes 2 to 5 days. We are a registered participant in that, does that mean we have to have representation there through that time? And does that mean also that, I would assume that this hearing would be taking place at a more centralized location, or is it taking place locally? Just kind of understanding if there's additional costs. The community is always interested in what things cost them. And I just kind of like to dig into that a little bit more deeply.
Go ahead, Ms. Hayden.
The hearing is... Sorry. The hearing is going to be conducted virtually, online, and administration will be attending virtually and observing.
Thank you.
Okay. Got the thumbs up, keeping.
And the final item is action tracking, signage, Lesaville Recreation Area. The signs have been installed directing visitors to the new Lesaville Recreation Area. Research into the kiosk is still underway with installation to be considered at either the rec grounds or the playground. If council members haven't had opportunity to check out the Lesaville Recreation Area, I would encourage it. Personally, I think it looks fantastic. Ag and community and our public works infrastructure, amazing job out there. Asphalted walkway, the bleachers, every bit of it. I think it's a great amenity for that community.
Excellent. And I would offer that there's an opportunity coming up next 2 weeks from now when the Lesaville Days Block Party 7th. We'll have an opportunity for members of the community and outsiders to go and have a look. It's great. All right, so with that, we are finished the CO report. Moving on to the items that are in 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, 5, 6, all the rest of the reports up until verbal. Are there any questions from any of those reports? I'm just making a wide open door for any of those reports to come through. And please reference which report you were asking a question about is my question. So go ahead, Councillor Gray. Councillor Gray.
To build off of the Lesaville Rec Grounds, I'm curious, is the walking track around the baseball diamond going to be plowed in the winter? I had a resident ask me that. Okay, they kind of proposed that it could be a positive or a negative because it can be used for cross-country skiing if it's not plowed, but obviously people can walk on it if it is, so, yes. And then is it okay if I ask my other question? The block party that's coming up, are we going to have someone there gathering information or even a box with some paper so people can put ideas into it for like the playgrounds going there, the community feature that's going to be there? I was just thinking because the block party is going to be on that block, and if we could just have a table there, I don't know if someone could be there on the weekend and take ideas, just somewhere that people can put their ideas and, there's the playground coming here and what else would you guys like to see here? And it just seems like a really good opportunity. We're gonna have people from throughout the community there and even people from outside of the community. And we could see what would draw them back there. I'm just curious I'm sure they've thought about that already, but just throwing it out there.
There has been direction given for that overtime, but if that's a priority, I would ask for a motion
And if it's not if they're already over capacity, I would happily go to the table and sit there if that's appropriate. But I guess I'll make a motion then that council directs administration to enable someone to be at the Leslieville Block Party to gather information for the community feature.
All right.
He's not over there, no.
No, he's not. Any comments or questions in regards to that motion? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. No. Clarification, Ms. Tate? Yes, go ahead, Ms. Tate.
Maybe if I could just expand on that a little bit. I'm trying to remember if there was public engagement done on that recreation park previously. And if not,
Here he comes.
here's Matt.
Here he
Great.
comes in.
Awesome.
Please join us,
Thank
Director
you.
Martinson. Here's our party. So I'm not sure if you heard the discussion about, okay, if I won't fill you in, you can take it from there.
So we are currently in the process of consulting with area businesses directly adjacent to or near our community feature in the hamlet of Leslieville, where we've also engaged some of the other key community groups, including those that organize the Leslieville Block Party. Once the direct business and agency folks have been consulted, our plan will include a survey on our website as far as providing the ability to capture information from the general population. And so that's sort of the consultation plan that we've currently got in place for the Leslieville community feature. So I'm not, hopefully that helps answer the question as far as what we've kind of got going on.
Councillor Gray?
Is it possible within the capacity of Ag and Community Services to have someone there on the weekend, just on the property and gathering information, or even just a box for people to put information into?
Possible, yes. As far as our capacity goes, I think we could make something like that happen. I just wouldn't want to. It's not our event. We don't organize it, and though we own a chunk of land in the middle of it, I would, before we showed up and did anything, I would want possible blessing from the hosts or do our due diligence, which means buy a vendor spot. Rather than just say we're the county, we're here, we can kind of do what we want. I'd probably rather participate that way. So possible from a resource perspective, absolutely. Reasonable from a neighborly perspective, we would need to look into that. We certainly could. I think I don't see why we fund it, we permit it, we authorize all sorts. I would be surprised if they said no, you can't come. But I don't know exactly how their vending process works, and so I would want to respect that. So hopefully that answers this question. Sorry, it's not more committal.
No, that's perfect. And because of that, could I add to my motion pending approval from the block party organizers, I guess?
Yep.
Okay.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. So amended motion, amended motion to include that. That would be great. Go ahead, Ms. Tate. Oh, no, we're good. Okay, I thought you had a comment to make to that. Comments surrounding the motion? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think that's a great idea. And truly, if Ag and Community does not have capacity, I will sit and man the table with you. Should the hosts be amiable to us being participants in their event, I think that that is a great idea. So if Ag does not have personnel, happy to fill the seats.
Councillor Rockler, do you have comments to this? No? Okay, very good. All right, so the motion on the floor to, do you remember your go ahead if you want to reiterate your motion, please.
I don't remember exact wording per se, but council directs administration to allow someone to be at the Leslieville Block Party to gather information for the community feature there, pending approval from the block party organizers.
Perfect. I like that. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. All right, so any other further comments in regards to the CAO report? If not, we're going to move on to the other reports, and I will look at Councillor Ratcliffe. And again, as I stated earlier, please reference which document you are posing your question from.
There we go. From the program summary,
Which report?
regarding the dry hydrant at Misty Valley,
Which report, sorry?
this is the
Sorry.
financial.
Okay. We'll figure it out.
Anyway,
9.4?
it,
Okay.
as far as the dry hydrant at Misty Valley, I see nothing's been spent on it yet. Is that expected to be done yet this year? Or is that likely to be deferred?
Go ahead.
So the financial report is only for invoices paid up to the end of July, so it likely is, you know, invoices that work was completed in June. So I would say, as of this report, it's early on in the expenditure, so just because there isn't any cost there yet would not preclude it to not being done this year.
So the intention is that it will proceed this year? Okay,
As far as I know. Yeah.
thank you.
All right. Councillor Lahi?
Sorry, no
Okay.
question.
Okay. Councillor Cermak?
Question on airport. I think it's on page 220. Do we know the cost of what the engineer is gonna cost to do that foundation inspection?
CO Emmons?
At this time, Councillor Cermak, the town's still exploring that option. I haven't been informed of the projected costs yet.
And they don't know when that's gonna happen?
At this time, I believe they're coordinating, lining up engineers and so.
Okay, and they're gonna keep you in the loop?
They've been great so far.
Oh, perfect, and that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, on page 203, 6.5, the high density residential in Nordegg. I'm wondering is there an updated plan on how to deal with the lots there that are still occupied? This is the area just west of the Discovery Center, where those mobile homes are. Oh, sorry.
Director Hagert's here, if she would like to answer from planning.
CA Emmons' answer might be better than mine, so do you want to go first, sir? I know council has discussed Nordegg capital projects at length, and I think the intent is to bring that back. I think the last I heard from, was it June strategic planning meeting, was that Public Works would bring back some of the updated numbers as we prepare for the budget 2025. Everything is still in the capital budget based on what last year's priorities were. So should council proceed with the budget as approved in that 10-year capital forecast, the construction for those projects don't take place till 2026. So there wouldn't be a requirement for notification as of yet. That'd probably go into the 2025 work plan. Should council choose prioritizing differently, then it would be subject to whatever time frame, but it's not in the next year, that's for sure.
Okay, so my phone won't start ringing yet, hopefully.
I can't guarantee
Thank
that.
you.
It could still start ringing. There's always questions. I try and answer them when I get them too.
Okay, great answer, thank you.
All right. Any further questions of any of the reports? All right, I love the pictures, love summer construction, so it's been very good. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Moving on down the road in Nordegg, to 6.6, the Stewart Street Service Commercial. And my question there is, do we have a place for these people or businesses to go during that construction?
Director Hager?
And I apologize, I missed the first part of the question. Was that which area of Nordic?
That's where the old library is, the post office, and I think the canteen are in that section in 6.6 here.
That has not been discussed operationally yet with Public Works. Certainly, we would look to work with whatever tenants we have there if they could be relocated temporarily somewhere. But we have no plan for that at this point, just because we're still waiting on the priority setting before we engage with those discussions.
Right. Thank you.
Does council have any?
And my
Your
last
final one? Perfect.
question is about the water meter project in Nordegg. That I know some of the residents are holding off for fear that their bills will go up. I'm just wondering if we have any comparisons from the people who have already converted as to their water bills before and after, so that hopefully we can get a better uptake on this project. Not yet?
Ms. Serhan?
The residents that have installed the new water meters the billing has stayed the same until more people go on. So there has not been a change in billing for those properties.
So we don't have a reference of saying that their bills went up, their bills stayed the same, because we're not billing on flow.
We're not billing them off the water meters yet.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. All right, so if there's no other questions in regards to any of the reports from 9.1 through to 9.9, could I get a motion to, one more, absolutely, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I turned the page. This is on 9.7, the Horberg gravel pit. There was some comment about the reserves being not as expected. Is there an update on that? On the gravel reserves at the new Horberg gravel pit?
C.O. Evans.
So Public Works put that out for tender. It is being stripped. The deposit is not as optimistic as the testing results showed. So Public Works is working through that process, both with our engineers and the contractors. But at this time, absolutely, that gravel deposit isn't showing the same results as what the testing results showed.
So development is on hold pending?
Absolutely.
Review. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Okay, all right.
One more question?
No, I'm good now.
You're good? Okay. If I could have a motion, Councillor Lahi, go ahead.
To accept information items as information items.
Okay, motion to accept the reports, 9.1 through to 9.9. Perfect, thank you. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Moving on to our verbal council reports. Start with Councillor Graham.
All right, I virtually attended the Renewable Energy Development on Ag Land webinar. I believe Deputy Melhoff was on that one as well, and I don't know, I might have missed other people on it. So it primarily was on so that they could get information on how to have renewable energy on ag land appropriately, essentially. It got your brain going for sure. It got my brain going. I have a lot of notes from it. An example, and they were doing it by the class of the ag land, and they only had an example of doing this on the higher class ag lands or the better class. I think the lower the number, the better it is. I don't remember, but that you have to prove that a certain percentage of productivity is still existing after, so it has to still be 80% as productive as it was before, things like that, and how people's different ideas that they hadn't already come up with on how they could decide if the solar should be there or not. The survey, I believe, is closed now. That came with that, but interesting webinar for sure. It definitely got your brain going. I attended Market on Main with the library board. Unfortunately, we were the only people on the south side of the intersection, so the library doesn't really draw a ton of people to their booth as it is, so we didn't get a lot of people stopping by, but we were trying something new with having books by donation there, and the people who did come really enjoyed that. I know I took advantage of that and got a book for myself that I'm currently reading, and it was very interesting. There was a couple from Edmonton who were very, very excited to be in the area. They came down because they felt sorry for us, but it was still a good chat with them. They were really excited exploring the area. They were gonna head to Nordegg the next day, so that was really great to hear, and it was nice speaking with them. I had a drop-in session, and I had 4 people come to it. We had our broadband meeting. I was asked by Reese Swanson to attend the CRMA District 2 meeting with her, which is now a pending approval from the district, is going to be the South Central RMA division or district. I'm not sure, but we talked about some resolutions coming forward. So there are some about FCSS, renewable energy, and then actually feeding the grid when the grid is low on energy, because that's kind of the purpose of it. Water for fracking. Bighorn's bringing one forward about shooting, and they're protecting their watershed. I guess they have some water bodies that people are doing so much target shooting that it's actually polluting the water bodies. So they would like to try and prevent that from happening. The terms of reference were discussed, primarily the name change. So we'll see what comes from that when we have the meeting that we were all going to go to. Municipal updates, lots of broadband being done, tons of broadband. It was interesting. There was an older gentleman there who was so excited about his broadband, and I thought that was his forward thinking was really positive, and how thrilled they were, and lots of municipalities spending multi-millions on it to get one facility or one thing happening, and then the internet service provider, whoever it is, owns it. So that was interesting to hear. It was very unfortunate to hear Mountain View and sharing theirs that they lost one of their employees to the shooting that happened in Mountain View County. So my thoughts and prayers are with the family of that employee and the organization as well. That was quite devastating to hear. I, with the museum board, sold 50/50 tickets at the Chuck Wagons. It was an interesting experience for me, because the day before I went with the 4-H club to sell, and there were lots of extroverts the day before, so I could be introvert, but then with the museum, they were all introverts, so I had to be extrovert. So it was interesting having to change roles so much in the short amount of time. We had a library budget subcommittee meeting. Some changes were recommended to the budget, and they've already been made, so pending approval from the board. I think that council will be quite happy to see what's proposed with that budget. I also attended Market on Main. For the town invited us, and I was the only councillor from the county there, so that was a little disappointing, but Councillor Hutchinson and Councillor Ald were there, so I had great conversations with them. A couple other town councillors stopped by throughout the night. It was perfect weather for Market on Main, but it wasn't very busy that night, unfortunately, so not a lot of residents to talk to, but there were definitely a few and some great conversations had. And my favorite thing to report is that my sister had her baby, and I'm an auntie again, so that's my most exciting thing to report.
Thank you. That's awesome. Congratulations. That's great. Any questions for Councillor Grant? No? Moving on to Councillor Lougheed.
Great, thank you. Just very, very briefly, I'll just say, as we're winding down the summer, it was so great to take part in a celebration that's coming in this community. It's the Confluence Heritage Society is a kickoff event for the 225th anniversary of that sphere of influence around the historic park. So it was a great event. Councillor Cermak represented the county very well in opening comments, and I'll let him fill in details, I'm sure, on the event, but that's it for me.
Thank you. Moving on then to Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Like you said, Councillor Graham, I did the renewable energy webinar. Wow. I immediately emailed our Ag and Community Director and CAO, and to make sure that they could send it out to the Ag Board so that they could watch the survey, fill out the, or watch the survey. Watch the webinar, fill out the survey, and that way we can have a say on it. Some of the stuff that I put into the comments was to try to include anims, like animal units, rather than just the soil classifications, et cetera, because land like Clearwater County's soil classification isn't as important as things like animal units. So I found that fascinating, and all of the information on the native grasslands, and I really hope that everybody filled that survey out. Like, I hope every single resident in this, not just ag producers, but I hope every single resident in this province filled that out, because it's been a very loud topic. We finally have an opportunity to have a say on how they're rebuilding that legislation, and I really hope they get a lot of people that actually did the work to have their say. That's always the most frustrating part. Like, they have an opportunity, but then nobody takes the opportunity. So I really hope they did. We had a broadband meeting early in August that I participated in, and I then went on a vacation with my family. Like, I know that that's not something we probably should say on here, but it was really, really great to take a break with my family and try to put some time into my kids. And they thanked me for doing so. When I got back, I was only planning on volunteering for 1 or 2 days at the Chalk Wagons. I ended up volunteering with my family every single day, because like everything, volunteers are often in short demand. So that was a fabulous opportunity and really a great group. In fact, last year, the Battle of the Rockies group received the award from the WPCA for the best volunteer base and volunteer board in the WPCA circuit. So it's great to hear that they would receive that award. Municipal Planning Commission was last week, so we're able to tour parts of the county and look at some development permits, etc., which is always a great opportunity, and now we're here. So relatively short considering we haven't seen each other in a month. It's crazy.
That's awesome. So, quick question on your holiday: were there places that you've never been before? Go ahead.
Yes. So I've been to parts of Idaho before, but not all the pieces that we traveled. So took the kids to the Silverwood Amusement Park while we were there, and took them to Coeur d'Alene and Sandpoint. I've always loved Sandpoint, so it was great to share those memories with my kids, because the last time I was there was actually with my parents and my brother. So it was a really great opportunity to show my kids that part of my own history. And we did some camping at Priest Lake, which I'd been to parts of the lake, but not the whole thing. And they had a blast, and really looking forward to probably going back next year. They're already planning the trip. So, but I had never been to Silverwood. My parents always said it was under construction when we drove past the beautiful amusement park. So
on purpose.
I don't know if it was under construction, but that's always what we were told. Oh, it's being tested. Yeah. So it was great to take them and have them experience that anyway.
Well, thank you for sharing, because I know for myself, I always like to know when our counselors are off on a holiday, if it's worth to go back or not, or send anybody on as a referral. So, but thank you for sharing.
It's so funny that we actually look things from a land development lens. Now, even when you're traveling, you then go, wonder what they have in place to actually allow that type of development to happen, or like, how did their land use bylaw help facilitate that, or like, I wonder what their people, like, your brain has a completely different perspective when you're traveling, when you sit in this chair. It really does. Even going through our own province, you're like, wow, that bridge is expensive. Like, you just can't. You can't not think about it from this chair while you're traveling across anywhere.
That's fair.
But I do encourage, if you get the chance to go to Coeur d'Alene, Sandpoint, Priest Lake, to absolutely do so.
Awesome. Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. It's been great to have a bit of an extended break as well, like the rest of you have said, and remember what life was like outside. My plan to fly across Canada did not work out. We got as far as Winnipeg. We toured Lower Fort Garry, which is a Hudson's Bay establishment. And this was their attempt, because it took a year to get anything from Europe. This was their attempt to bring some of that manufacturing, the food, locally, and became a supply point, and of course, then a center of commerce. So they were experimenting with agriculture, they ground flour, they made yarn and cloth. So it was an interesting place to see. I would recommend anybody in the area to go there. And I think that lays out why Winnipeg was an important center for Western Canada for a couple of centuries, as far as trade, transportation, and manufacturing. I also had a councillor session. I had some people drop in with questions about development around the airport and what might be done there. So with help from administration, I've gotten information to them. One of the MPC items was an expansion of the gun club, and there's some changes out there. So there were a number of community meetings, lots of phone calls, emails, trying to keep the conversation on a reasonable level. So busy there in the community. Last week we had MPC that Deputy Reeve Melham has already mentioned, again with a full slate of land issues to be dealt with. And then later last week, I attended virtually a presentation by Unstoppable Conversations. I don't know if you've ever heard me talk about what I call the Bashaw miracle, where the town was dying, they were about to lose their school, like a number of community social issues. And by working together and breaking down the silos, they have rebuilt their community, so it's growing, and rather than losing a school, they have had to bring in portables, and the community's growing. So I have been following some of their presentations. The one last week was about breaking out of your management style box. And I would really recommend these. They are mind expanding on the possibilities of improving things in your community. And there is a series. If you look up Unstoppable Communications, Unstoppable Conversations, you would be able to get invites to these. They point out that the biggest problem in adapting to change is simply not talking about the issues. So anyway, I would recommend it. People with interest in that area, that is all I have.
Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Melham?
Thank you, Reeve. Are you able to forward the Unstoppable Conversations links as they're sent to you? Can you forward those on to myself and probably the rest of council?
I'm not sure if the link is individual.
Oh, okay.
And it is a two-way conversation through there.
Okay.
So it is participatory, not just to watch. But next time I get a notice of another one, I will share that with,
awesome,
with the rest of council.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not going on to Councillor Cermak.
Oh, I'm sure. I had a real slow couple weeks. It was great. I'd done my haying. I went touring. Well, I had a great time. Came back to a senior house meeting, or senior Rocky Mountain House senior meeting on Wednesday with David Williams from the government. He's one with, he's Jason Nixon's person that looks assistant looks after all of the housing and stuff. He kind of gives some idea of a mixed market that we could build maybe in Caroline, do some expansion in Rocky, maybe do something in Leslieville to expand our seniors. He also said that there should be money there until 2028, Fed money. They put in a third, and then we have to pick up the rest or get other people to come into it. To get most of it going in Caroline and get other, we need locations and an organization to run it. We're still tossing that around with the seniors. We have more meetings coming up, and I will let my esteemed colleague or Reeve elaborate on that if she wants. And I attended the galley, the 1799 galley at the Lou Soppet Center on Saturday night. Councillor Lougheed was there. And it was a great evening. They had a band out of Calgary there. I'm not a beer drinker, but the rival was giving free beer to everybody. It was called a 1799 special one that they made just for the occasion. Was very good. I enjoyed it immensely. They had a really great roast beef supper with Yorkshire pudding and all the trimmings. They had bannock there that was fried, and then they had other bannock, other styles. The appetizers were from fruits that were just fantastic, all the way to smoked salmon. And yeah, it was very well. And I think there was probably 200 people in the room at least. And then to get up to eat, you had to pick a rival table. Each table was else either a Hudson Bay or Northwest company. So you had to do a song, or I don't know what the thumb thing was, where the guys would fight with thumbs and one would fall over or get out a step and he lost, and then the other table would get up. And yeah, it was kind of an exciting night. So if you do get the chance to go, don't miss it. It was very well put on, I thought. Yeah, that's about all I got to say. It was just a really nice, enjoyable evening. Got to meet people that I haven't seen in quite a while. Enjoyed my trip to Great Falls and Cascade, even though it was a celebration of life for one of our friends down there. Other than that, it was good travels.
Good. Right on. Thank you for that. Any comments, questions of Councillor Cermak? No? All right. I did email you my report, so I'm just going to pick a few highlights in my report, and I just wanted to make a quick comment. I didn't get to watch that webinar with you ladies at that day, but I did watch it later on, and part of my answering that survey was I said I wanted them to consider a certain percentage per municipality for renewables. So, and it had to be on the lowest quality of ag land. So whatever that looked like, 0.0001% of that municipality could be a percentage of renewable energy. So anyway, if we wanted to put a numbers to it versus just land, soil quality. So that was one of my chime-ins. So since last meeting, I went to that Alberta Japan Twins Municipality Association 40th anniversary conference and AGM. Thank goodness for translators, because and they were very gracious with us as far as trying to get our words across. A lot of it was sign language, I guess, or your own way of saying things. They were very excited to come back. It's been almost pre-COVID since they had an exchange. 7 students were leaving the following week for, I always butcher that name, Kamikawa. So they were all excited to go, and do their tour over there. So interesting to hear all the stories and stuff, and the local friendship group did a very good job of hosting that AGM that weekend. Seniors Housing Community Council, we did have a bit of a pre-meeting to what Councillor Cermak had said. We had it at the end of July, where the deputy minister couldn't attend because he was called to the Jasper Fire at the last minute because one of their independent senior facilities had burnt down, not the lodge, but so there was a lot of seniors displaced during that. So, but we had a very good beginning discussion about a regional project at that time, and we would resume. I had a Zoom presentation on pallet shelters. I've shared that particular website with you all. He had a very good presentation. They had a booth at the FCM conference in Calgary. They basically bring it on a pallet, they put it together. They can build one of these pallet shelters in a week. They can put together a lot of emergency shelters, whether it be for an emergency shelter or for homelessness or whatever. There are multiple uses. I thought it was fascinating. They can withstand up to -22 in one of these shelters. So whether we're at that temperature all winter long or part of it, there is some protection from the elements. Minister Schultz's visit with us was on August the 8th. I did attach the electronic copies, but I've asked the directors that put together these packages to be able to have physical copies for the rest of you. Minister Schultz was only here from 11 till 4:30, and she was very impressed with what we had to show her, which was the Tauntaun Bridge. We did show her a project on the Ochese Road, of which we reiterated that any help that she could have with Minister Dreeshen on helping that advocacy was very good. And then we also shared she had never heard about our Sasquatch and Partners initiative, and of course our watershed resiliency and restoration. We showed her a couple of projects with that. My heartfelt thanks to the county staff who had organized and shared in that discussion was with Director Haggart, Director Martinson, Director Hansen, Line Care Supervisor Ms. Van Nudrick, I butchered her name, I'm sorry, and our driver was Mr. Bisson. So we had a good afternoon with her. Councillor Graham talked about the RMA District 2 Directors Meetings, or South Central, that they're going to recall themselves. Very interesting story to share you about Lacombe County, and that is they have now a milk dewatering plant to the tune of $700 million. In the simplest terms, they take milk volume from 3 trucks and dewater it and condense it into what would fit into 1 truck. This particular, the closest next facility is in Abbotsford, BC. And they're anticipating milk quota to go up by 12 to 15%, and further develop this technology to where they're condensing 5 trucks into 1. So it's the way of the future. You're not transporting water, you're actually transporting the product itself. They also had in mid-July a delegation of 30 members from 7 different countries tour the region for economic development opportunities for industry and manufacturing. So I was very interested in hearing more about that. Seniors Housing Council again last week, and as Councillor Cermak has indicated, that the government, the GOA, is grant funding up to 1/3 or 33% of the entire project, and the 2/3 will come from either CMHC or the partnership or the municipality, whatever that looks like. Some of the key things on this was that the application should be financially viable, self-sustaining, and has strong local support. Forming a municipal corporation would take too long to organize and be a duplication of the housing management body, which is what we have already. So faster to have things happen is just probably to go through the existing housing management body. But more to come on that, because Councillor Cermak and I have another meeting with the senior housing this week. That's it for my report, and I have the physical, what I attached in copies, what I had with Minister Schultz to hand out to you, so you have the paperwork there, so. If there's any other questions or anything, I need a motion to accept the council verbal reports, please. Okay, Councillor Cermak, thank you. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Looking on to 9.11, which is the council remuneration. Any questions or comments? If not, looking for a motion to accept for information. Okay, Deputy Bylaws.
We need to
Accept-
them, not
accept.
information, right? We need to actually approve.
Yeah. Motion to accept the council remuneration. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Correspondence. 5 items there. Is there anything that this council would like to bring up or provide comment on? I guess on 10.5, in regards to the town of Penhold, is there any councillor wishing to participate in their Fall Festival Parade? I know it still falls on the Leslieville Block Party that day and the Caroline Pioneer Appreciation Celebration too that day. And if there's no one that's willing to go, maybe we should send a letter of regret and thank you.
Do we need a motion?
Do we need a motion to do that, Ms. Haight? Do you think? No? Okay. Awesome, thank you. Then there's no other information coming forward from the correspondence. Looking for a motion to accept correspondence as for information. Okay, Councillor Lahi, thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. No notices of motion today. Okay. Looking to go into closed session, but I'm just looking at council. Would you like a quick 5-minute break or go into close? Okay, so there's a yes, so we will have a quick 5-minute break and then come back to go into closed session. Welcome back from our break. So we are at the agenda item of closed session. So I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session, please. Okay, Councilor Ratcliffe, all those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. And so we're back from our closed session with very robust conversations, and we have some motions to come forward. So I'll look at Deputy Reeve Melhoff with the first motion, please.
The council approves the amended Nordeg lot purchasing policy renamed to lot sales policy as reviewed and amended in closed session.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Looking at a couple more motions. For those that would like to. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Sure, I'll have a stab at it.
Sure.
I move the council adds to the county's list of lots for sale, 201 Tilly Avenue, that's Block 5, Lot 5, Plan 2380829, for $190,000 plus GST at market value, and directs administration to sell the lots in accordance with the lot sales policy.
Thank you.
I got that?
Any further comments, questions on that? Councillor Graham?
Just clarification, on mine it says Plan 2320829. Maybe I heard wrong, I'm getting tired, but I heard 238. So just to clarify, that's.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Would you like to do the second?
I'll go on.
Okay.
That council adds to the county's list of lots for sale, 117 Nordeg Industrial Drive, that is Block 1, Lot 5 of Plan 0426854 for $70,000 plus GST at market value, and directs administration to sell the lots in accordance with the lot sales policy.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Any other comments, questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. All right, I believe that concludes the business of today with our closed sessions. And I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
I will also make that motion.
Okay.
As my neighbor's not here.
There you go. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you.